It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It turns on and then Hello, everyone. Division Chief Tom Avila has an announcement to make. If I could have the room quiet down so you could hear his announcement, please.
All right, good evening. Can you hear me? Hopefully, okay, thank you. So thank you for attending. My name is Tom Allen, Division Chief, Watsonville Fire Department. On behalf of Chief Lopez, the Fire Marshal for the City of Watsonville, we have to address some occupancy issues, okay? So if you're not sitting or between the doors in one row standing, you need to go either, the other options are into the hallway along one wall where you should be able to hear the audio, and then around the corner, I think it is, right? Around the corner, the hallways is overflow that can hold 50 to 60 people. So the meeting won't start until we get those, meet those requirements.
Can you translate it in Spanish for Spanish speakers, please? And you speak up a little louder.
Muy buenas tardes a todos, gracias por venir. Aquí el jefe de bomberos está diciendo que tenemos un límite de un máximo de las personas que están sentadas y una sola línea en la pared y nadie en las puertas, y también se permite una línea pegada a la pared en el pasillo donde podrán escuchar el audio también. Y tenemos otra sala para el resto de las personas y está a la vuelta del pasillo. Si siguen el pasillo hasta el final, hacia su mano izquierda van a encontrar la sala de juntas de recursos humanos, y ahí también podrán escuchar la reunión. Así que solamente las personas que están sentadas, una sola línea contra la pared, nadie en las puertas bloqueando las entradas y las salidas, una sola línea contra la pared, todo alrededor del pasillo donde podrán escuchar todavía, y la sala extendida que está la sala de juntas de recursos humanos. Gracias.
Thank you. So, yeah, so the gentleman in the doorways and standing to the left right there, we appreciate your cooperation, everybody's cooperation and understanding.
So the only standing room that we will have is in between the two doors,
And not
not
the doorway.
in the doorway.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Tom Avila.
Watsonville High class of 79 right here.
I am now going to call this meeting to order at 5:36. Welcome to our PVUSD special board meeting. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded. If someone would like to speak to an item on the agenda, they must complete a speaker card and hand it to Eva Renteria prior to the beginning of the agenda item 3.1 public comment. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and we are going to cap that at a maximum of 30 minutes. I know I'm going to be the most hated person tonight, but what we are discussing tonight, we discussed at our last board meeting. There's nothing new. We have heard you all, and we made really difficult decisions at ungodly hours, and we're not going to do that again tonight. So I am going to follow our board policy, and I hope that you all will respect that. Si necesitas, bienvenidos a la Junta Especial para las Escuelas del Valle de Pajaro. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor pasa con Orenia López. Acá está. I see a lot of new faces here tonight, so I want to take a moment to establish some ground rules. There may be differences of opinions, sometimes strong differences. Please give those speaking the same respect that you would like to receive when you are speaking. This will allow everyone to be heard and the board to conduct its necessary business. Okay, so now I am going to ask Trustee Carrasco, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, and also before we move on, some might be wondering why we are having this special board meeting, and even maybe some trustees might be wondering why. Yes, I clearly saw your message. As the board president, if a trustee of a dissenting vote asks for an item to be brought back, it is my duty to bring that back. So that is why we're here tonight. I am going to move us on to item 2, approval of the agenda. Can I have we do have a speaker to this item. Nelly Vaquera?
Good evening, board. What my request is to extend the amount of time to allow all of our people to be able to speak. It's unjust already that you called a meeting with 24 hours notice to discuss something that is difficult. Yeah, but you know what? It's people's jobs in this district. And they want to be able to speak their truth. And only providing a 30-minute limit is a way to oppress the people who are impacted. So I ask that this board allow every single speaker to have their time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, Trustee Navarro has made a motion to approve the agenda. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing?
Aye.
Any abstaining? Sure.
Thank you. An explanation, like we talked about?
Oh,
It's not on here?
Yes, I will. So after, once we get to the action items, we will have time to discuss. Would you like to wait till then, or did you want to make that now?
I kind of feel like it needs to happen now.
Okay.
I feel like people deserve.
So we have a first and a second on the table, and we took a vote, but I could redo that. But yes, go ahead and make your statement. That's fine.
Now? Okay. So I have some things prepared, not fully, but I felt like everybody here deserves an explanation. And I am the one that brought this forward. And I did so because I had a lot more questions. And I hope to get some of those questions answered tonight. It was an attempt to bring forward some more clarity and transparency around what I felt like was what I've been calling a peanut in a cake. And if you're allergic to peanuts, that means the whole cake has to go. And so as you saw, it's kind of chunked up so that we can go over it a little bit more readily and get some more explanation. There are some other things that nobody is talking about that are a huge concern for me that I'll bring up later. So I thank you all for your patience. And I hope that you get some answers as well. It is an attempt to help the budget and again, get some clarity around it. I've made no promises, and I don't know I don't know where this is going to go. So I apologize for bringing you. I apologized for bringing you out and causing unrest. But I really had these questions that I needed answered. It was not enough time for me last time. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if I saw the vote correctly, let's just start over because I want to make sure. So all those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Okay, so motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1. And I just want to also let everyone know that Trustee Dodge is not feeling well and has an excused absence for tonight. Okay. Now I'm going to move us on to item 3, our public comment on our agenda item, related items. So this is the time for anyone who would like to speak on the action items that we have on tonight's board meeting. Trustee Navarro will call you up in 5s.
Before we begin, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
I'm sorry that you are not allowed to make a motion. I have looked into Robert's rules and I've asked our legal counsel, and so we are proceeding. Thank you.
So I can't make a motion right now, and why is
cannot.
that?
You cannot. We are continuing as the agenda is laid out.
Okay, well then I would like to challenge the chair on that. You know Robert's rules, right? I'm challenging you on that.
Okay, so what?
You're the president. I'm gonna let you figure it out.
I do have one thing that someone did send to me because of your conduct on this board as of recently. I'm sorry. It's interesting. I'm just glad you guys don't have pitchforks like the image showed. That was an interesting image.
Board President Flores,
Yes, I'm
I
sorry.
believe that the board president does have the right to.
Yes, and I know that because I did speak with legal counsel about that when you did this in our first board meeting, and I was told it is not allowed. If I want to make that motion, I can. I chose not to tonight.
So am I not being recognized right now?
No.
No.
Okay, so go ahead and call our speakers up, please. We're going to go for 30 minutes, and I will set the timer as soon as the first speaker starts.
I would respectfully ask that you allow the community to caucus so that we can to go into that 30 minutes. If you're going to play that game, then the community deserves the opportunity to identify our speakers. So I ask respectfully that you allow the community to
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
So I believe that. All right, people in the overflow room and the audience, this is Brandon Denise speaking. So we have called for a caucus to identify 30 speakers because the board is refusing to allow more than 30 minutes of public comment. We're trying to come up with a democratic process on the...
There's no audio on the screen because the board's not in session, so...
All right, thanks a lot, Brian. So this is just a quick recap. If you're in the overflow room and you're confused as all hell, the board is only allowing 30 minutes of public comment, and they're going to be firm with that. So we have asked for a caucus to identify 30 speakers from the community to speak tonight. I understand that that is a really hard decision to make, and who gets to speak and who doesn't. It's super unfair. That's the board's fault. So we have identified a list of 30 speakers from the community, trying to prioritize our labor partners, our students, our community, and our counselors of mental health support. This is the best we can do with an autocratic board president who doesn't quite understand Robert's rules but is trying. So this is the most respectful way we can go about this, and this is brought on by the board calling a special meeting on 24 hours notice and then intentionally limiting public comment. So don't be mad at Brandon. I'm just trying to do our best to make sure that we can get those comments, and we try to find a way to prioritize people. If you were left out, you should be emailing the board and telling them about that, because this is on them.
Brandon, I'm...
Their time, they can come, otherwise if they're yielding their time, they can't.
Can we? That's going to be so much more effective. Can't we just sit through the cards?
Well, there's not all people here are individuals, so we can't skip people.
Well, if someone comes to speak, no, if someone comes to speak and they're not on that list, this is the list that the community has given you. This is the list of 30 speakers who will be speaking tonight. They all have a card in. So we're not going to go calling cards and give people the opportunity to speak who the community...
I'm sorry, Brandon. We are doing 30 minutes. We are giving each speaker 2 minutes. If they want to take less than their 2 minutes, that's fine.
The community is
requesting. And we can get more people to speak if we do that.
During our caucus, we identified 30 speakers willing to speak for 1 minute each.
I don't think you speak for every single person here.
We generated this list together as a community, democratically. It's not me.
So I see the first name on here is Murray Sheckman. Are you part of that group?
He's on the list. Double check.
Are you on the list?
Yeah, the community.
So why can't we call the cards?
Because you're going to then go call 40 people who aren't on the list.
Sorry?
I tried. 30 people who want to speak for 1 minute each, coming from the community. We tried our best for Toronto.
So I'm going to call out names. If you've yielded your time because you're on this list, you can just not come to the podium. Murray Sheckman, Susan Brutschy, Katie Chris Kunis, sorry, Dr. Bilichet, Ashley Yarrow Flowers, and Curtis Fox.
You ready? First, I want to say I miss everyone. I have officially retired. I did not go back to San Jose State. I will try and finish in 1 minute. The battle, unfortunately, that we feel here tonight should be in Sacramento. We are still 19th out of 50. The state of New York spends $9,000 more per kid than we do. But that doesn't help us here tonight. I'm here because I believe in fiscal solvency. I've been in 2 districts that have been taken over where you lost your authority. You're not close to that now. This district has been well run. You've used attrition in a very good way to try and keep things balanced. but you've got a lot of one-time funds that you use to help during COVID, and you have to deal with it. San Francisco's looking at 800 teachers tonight to cut off. I don't know if you knew this, when I was superintendent, my whole cabinet bailed on me. They all left, every one of them. Claudia came in the middle, Jenny came, and I want to talk a little about Jenny. Jenny did such a good job on her interim reports that she was grabbed by you. She was grabbed by your new superintendent and certainly encouraged by me to step up to be a CBO. She is honest, she is hardworking, but the best thing I can say about Jenny is she's got a heart that works so well. She would never let bad things happen. And if the district gets taken over, which it won't, it's bad. The other thing I want to talk about is I was privileged to be part of the interviews when Dr. Contreras was hired. And I actually asked a pretty good question of her. And I'm really honored that she's here. There's transparency. She is facing some very difficult decisions. And quite honestly, what you're facing tonight will not be your hardest decision in your tenure as the board. But I appreciated Olivia, my former student at EA Hall, starting off with respect. No matter how you feel, no matter how hard it is, it's all about respect. Thank you so much. Go Pajaro.
Prioritize students. Please. Sorry, we can't have the shouting out. We will clear the room if we have that. Thank you.
Can we please put up the volume so we can hear you in the hallway, please?
Sylvester, is there a way to turn up the volume? He's working on it. Thank you.
Board Chair, Vice Chair, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees, and every single member of this meeting. Thank you so much for rescheduling so we could have more time to have discussions about where we are. My name is Susan Brucci. I'm an erstwhile volunteer in many different ways. I will spare you the time and say that the one that I'm most excited about is being on the District Advisory Committee. And you heard a mini report from them only 2 weeks ago. I was really excited about being a part of that committee as well as many others because it was transformed under this new leadership and had so many more individuals, team members, staff members, community members, and families. And I have to say that it took us quite a while to understand our task, which is accountability, outcomes, and investment. So we have a lot of sympathy for you as our leaders. I am here to thank you for your reconsideration and for your intentionality about creating systems that continue to be transparent and transformational. The last thing I wanted to say is I really appreciated, as a parent and grandparent in this district, the way that we did share the COVID funds. They were incredibly important. They live to this day because of the work that this board and other boards have taken. We are able to sustain these efforts, and I look forward to us sustaining more. I tried to be a part of the sustainable budget team, but it was a hard ticket to get. And I just want to say I loved the transparency. I could follow along with everything. I know you're very interested in doing everything you can to make wonderful decisions. Thank you so much. We're with you.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro, esteemed trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. As elected leaders, you are entrusted with guiding our district through challenges and opportunities. Difficult choices are never easy, but they are necessary for the health and future of our students and the community. From the start, Dr. Contreras took swift action to address PVUSD's financial position, launching the attendance campaign and addressing overspending. Thanks to her direction, we have made progress, but obstacles still remain, particularly with financial instability and declining enrollment. The Sustainable Budget Committee, formed by Dr. Contreras, has worked openly to tackle these issues, and the choices that had to be made were very, very tough, but they made a recommendation. With one-time funds expiring and enrollment declining, some positions are no longer viable. Trustees, the responsibility is now yours to guide us forward with wisdom and foresight. As a politician, I understand these choices are difficult. No one wants to make judgments that may cause discomfort, but true leadership requires courage and accountability. These actions may not be popular, but they are necessary. Your guidance is vital to ensuring long-term financial health and student success. Please support these resolutions so we can secure a strong future for our district.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro, Board of Trustees Dr. Contreras. My name is Katie Chris-Kunas, she, her. I am the proud principal of Lakeview this evening, but also a parent of a student who attends Freedom Elementary and a student who attends Rolling Hills. As a member of the Sustainable Budget Committee, of which I initially had strong reservations of not putting my name into, due to the concerns, right, of the impact that will have on our district, I stepped back outside of myself and considered the community that I serve and the communities of which my kids attend school. It would be lost on me not to listen to the voice of the stakeholders at Lakeview Middle School who do see visibly the challenges with declining enrollment. And then I had to step outside of my role as a principal of Lakeview Middle and as a parent to consider the impact of the budget crisis in our district on behalf of all middle schools. I come here this evening just to thank you for stepping into a role of leadership that is nothing that I would want to imagine being in your shoes for, but I rest assured that when I represented on the Sustainable Budget Committee, I recognize the immense pressure, and I don't want to do this, but I do think that something has to be done. Otherwise, I do worry about the future and our flexibility to make decisions that we are in control of. I thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Board members, trustees, my name is Ashley Yora Flowers. I'm CSCA chapter president, and I have this speech, right? But I'm going to honor what our constituents said, and I'm going to try to stick it to 1 minute. Yeah, I'm a parent, right? I was on the Sustainable Budget Committee, and we decided collectively that we were probably going to cut mostly from administration and certificated. That's not what was presented to CSEA, right? That we were slapped in the face with classified members getting cut, and it hurts. What hurts more is that I received a phone call from Dr. Contreras at 6 o'clock last night saying, I am so sorry that we are going to have a special board meeting and we're going back to the table again after we just had a meeting at 3 o'clock. And Dr. Contreras, I appreciate it, but that was not transparency, okay? I need you guys to understand that what is happening is something that needs to happen and that should have happened for 5 years, right? But classified members should not have to bear the brunt of what administration failed to do. We can make financial responsible decisions tonight that does not impact our classified workers in such a way that is going to harm our community, harm our children, harm our classified workers, and harm our teachers in that process. Yes, we need to right size. Teachers are ready for it because they know classified is not Do not. You voted the right way the first time. I urge the ones that did not to hear my voice and my plea. Thank you.
Hello, board, Dr. Contreras, trustees. I just came tonight to give a face to the warehouse driver. That's who I am. I work in the warehouse. I've been here 10 years. When I first started, this position wasn't filled at that particular time. There was a little transition period. I walked into the warehouse. There was 30 pallets sitting in the warehouse that we had to go through. Now, we just don't drive around or whatever. We go through every box, check it in, receive it, put labels on it. We send it back into the sites. We have to deliver it to the offices here. We just don't do what's just in our job description. You add about 7 pages to that. I pick up e-waste. I go around, deliver all kinds of pallets. I moved PMS back to where they were at from Lakeview. You had 2 schools together. It worked. Maybe you guys ought to merge some schools together. Get the staffs together, whatever you got to do. But the bottom line is, when you start cutting jobs, other employees have to pick up the slack. When they do, then that just increases what they're already trying to do. And the more stuff that they have to do, the less efficient things get, and things just fall apart. You got to pick up, and support your classified employees. By God, they're the backbone of this outfit. And I'll tell you what, if you don't support them, who's going to run it? Who's going to keep it going? You gotta support them. And just like those T-shirts I delivered, you got a dream, you got to show up for it. Well, I got a dream and I still want to show up for it. And your older employees, I wouldn't get rid of them either. They got a lot of experience. They've been here a long time. So I support the classified. I want to thank you folks for listening to me tonight. But just don't look at a job title and go, hey, that's just all this person does. No, we all do all kinds of things. And you guys need to be aware of that. It's just not a name or a title. So anyway, thank you for hearing me this evening, and I hope that you don't vote for the cuts. Thank you.
Takashi Mizuno, Niet Man, David Patino, Brandon, Judy Stable, Evan Jack Maines, Melissa Offit, Veronica Marks, and Limi Anastopoulos.
Can I start? Good evening, I'm Takashi, and in the last board meeting, I was sitting in the board meeting for 6 hours, and I did not speak. I did not speak my public comment. I was listening. I was just listening. But tonight, I'm here to speak my public comment. And thank you for the explanation of Ms. Joy Flynn, why you call the special board meeting. And thank you very much for the new president of Teachers Union. And I was very amazed how he handled the situation, very respectfully. Yeah. And one thing, I have had a very mixed feeling about this special meeting, because you called the special meeting. And only what I am hoping for is just please make thoughtful decisions tonight. Yeah, I was one of the people who supported you to be appointed to this seat. And I really hope you can make thoughtful decision. Also, Miss Carol, you know how hard we worked for you to sit there last year. So please consider your thoughtful decision tonight. You can change your votes. Thank you very much.
Hello. Dear Board of Trustees, PVUSD leaders, teachers, parents, students, and community members. My name is Nguyen Man. I'm a fully credentialed CD teacher at Pajaro Valley High School. I teach graphic design, video production, and web programming. I'm standing here in front of our Board of Trustees to ask you to come up with a fair and unbiased decision today, as if your decision will affect your family, friends, and yourself. As a community member, I have learned that every decision is hard, whether you are on the yes or no side. I respectfully request that you answer the how question to every proposed resolution and not just the what and why questions. Please represent us as you are one of us, community members, students, parents, teachers, staff members. Our tax money is hard-earned. We are here to celebrate public education with you. We place our trust in you to make the right decision because we voted for you to represent us. Let's celebrate the week of public school with great outcomes that benefits every community member. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Judy Stabile. Thank you for having us here. Over the last 12 years as a volunteer, I've worked as an arts education advocate through Arts Now Pajaro Valley and through Create California. I stand here tonight yet again expressing my hopes for equitable arts education for all PVUSD students, and to express my fear that your actions tonight will set us back in time before state mandated arts standards. All public schools in California are supposed to provide arts education across all disciplines, dance, music, theater, and visual arts, with standards based on the National Core Arts Standards. How will PVUSD be able to provide for sequential learning with the proposed position cuts in item 4.3, the reduction of 3.6 VAPA teachers and 4.0 CTE teachers? It would severely limit the district's ability to offer arts education at the secondary level. And in addition to that, item 4.1, the 12 release positions. These proposed cuts would not only harm the VAPA and CTE programs, but also restrict opportunities for students to engage in valuable career pathways and creative self-expression. These cuts would undermine the district's efforts to provide high-quality education, particularly in the arts, and would have a negative impact on student engagement and performance. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Evan Jacques Maines. I'm a senior at Aptos High School, and I'm here to talk about the importance of VAPA and CTE courses in our education and the burden the proposal cuts would impose on students. The cuts outlined in Section 4.3 would eliminate 7.6 VAPA and CTE teachers across all three high schools. Those 7.6 teachers teach a total of 38 sections. That means 38 classrooms full of students would be denied the arts by your voting on this action. You also propose consolidating classes, but that means maxing out class sizes. We, as students, are acutely aware of how detrimental to our education this would be, as overcrowded classes take away from the individual attention students need and overwhelm teachers. I ask you to please consider the alternatives before making these cuts. The arts are crucial to all students, and every school deserves the same opportunities, including a 7-period schedule for PV and Watsonville High. There are options, and I truly hope that you care enough about what the community here has to say to look for them. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Offit. I'm a visual arts teacher at Aptos High School and the department chair for VAPA and CTE. So I'm going to echo a lot of what Evan just said. I urge you to continue searching for alternatives to the cuts proposed at tonight's meeting. I'm unclear how enough work could have been done in such a short time to justify proposing them again without alternatives being presented. At the high school level, 3.6 VAPA and 4.0 CTE teachers means 38 elective sections will be cut. That makes up 1/3 of all proposed cuts at the secondary level, at the high school level. While some have suggested no cuts are being made, this is simply not true. If teachers are eliminated, so are the courses they teach. We specialize in our fields, and our expertise is essential to these programs. Consolidating classes is more complex than it seems. To offer meaningful pathways and advanced arts courses, not every class can be filled to the 35 student cap. Arts education is hands-on, and students need individualized attention and space to fully engage in the work. Unlike traditional lecture-based courses, the arts require room for creativity, skill development, and focused guidance. Consolidating too aggressively will only sacrifice the quality and opportunities these programs provide. Please, let's not lose sight of what makes these classes so valuable. It's not just about filling seats. It's about fostering creativity and critical thinking in a space where students can truly grow. I urge you to reconsider and find a solution that respects both our students' needs and the integrity of these vital programs. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for your time. My name is Veronique Marks. I'm a parent of a 10th grader at Aptos High School and in my 27th year at PVUSD. I teach CTE photography, Art 2, AP drawing, and AP art and design at Aptos High School, all of which are in lower enrollment. The proposed cuts would eliminate, again, 3.6 VAPA and 4.0 CTE teachers, which means, again, 38 sections. And despite reassurances that electives are not being cut, but consolidated, again, that's 1/3 of our programs being cut. And at Aptos High, that would equate to 9 teachers, as mentioned previously at the other meetings. And those 9 teachers equate to 45 sections, which would ultimately mean there is no possibility of a 7-period day. I'm here to emphasize the vital role of arts in high school and the challenge of unrealistic expectations that art classes can be filled at a 35-to-1 ratio. The arts are not just extracurricular, they are essential to student success. They foster creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration, all of which are skills students need for college and career readiness. However, treating arts classes like core academic courses when it comes to enrollment numbers is neither equitable nor realistic. Unlike a lecture-based class, arts courses require hands-on instruction, individualized feedback, and specialized materials. You certainly wouldn't put 35 painters in a classroom with limited supplies and space. And you shouldn't put 35 students in a culinary arts class or a construction tech class. Beyond logistics, enrollment caps disproportionately impact our elective programs. Many students want to take these classes but can't due to scheduling conflicts, not a lack of interest. When electives get cut or pushed into larger class sizes, we limit opportunities for students who thrive in creative environments, the very students who often stay in school because of these programs. If we truly value equity, we must recognize that a one-size-fits-all approach does not work for electives. Please prioritize realistic class sizes and preserve these essential programs our students deserve best. And lastly, I just want to throw out that there's a lot of misinformation about VAPA and Prop 28, and I urge you to reach out and ask questions. And also, Joy, your email was only set up this afternoon, so we have been not able to connect with you, and you're our representative. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lemmy. I'm a sophomore at Aptos High. I'm here again because these proposed budget cuts are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They directly impact students like me. Maxing class sizes to a minimum of 35 students means less one-on-one support, overcrowded classrooms, and fewer opportunities to learn effectively. How can we be expected to succeed when our education is being stripped away? But for me, the biggest issue is cutting electives. My choir and drama classes are the reason I come to school every day. Without them, I wouldn't be here today. These classes give me a place to express myself, build confidence, and connect with others. They're not just fun, they shape who I am and who I want to become. Without them, I wouldn't be the student standing right in front of you. Consolidating electives, especially VAPA classes, takes away more than just courses. It takes away creativity, self-expression, and career preparation. Those are the classes that keep students engaged and motivated. Cutting them will push more students to disengage and ultimately drop out. When you cut electives, you aren't just removing classes. You're taking away the students' motivation, their passion, and for some, their reason to show up at all. I ask you to stand with students, stand with teachers, stand for the future of education. A district that values its students does not make success harder to achieve. Do the right thing, reject these cuts. Thank you.
Brandon Denise, Negotiations Chair for the PVFT. I want to say that everything about this meeting is wrong. We could have done this on March the 5th. And Joy, I appreciate that you wanted to have an open dialogue, but what I think should happen, but I don't think you guys can even make the motion because we're figuring out Robert's rules as we go, is I think that this board should have a resolution that you all write up right now that compels this district to meet with their labor partners and discuss this process so that March 5th, we can bring something to you that was actually collaborative. Because we have a superintendent who is lying, who has repeated lie after lie at these board meetings and in the media. I'll give you one example just over this weekend. There was an article posted in Santa Cruz Local where Dr. Contreras says that 3% mandated reserve is really only the floor. Well, we have a 3% on top of that, so we have a 6%. And what she said was what is really recommended is 15%. Really? By who? Because that's not coming from the state, that's not coming from the community, it's coming from your consultants, and you're making things up as you go along, just like President Acosta here. I mean, Flores, I can't tell the difference these days. So I would seriously ask the board to compel the district to meet with their labor partners because we have submitted official request for information, which is our right under the EERA. And I have been told multiple times, you'll get that information by the end of the day. I don't get the information. I've been strung along as we request information. Dr. Contreras is steadfast in her commitment to collaboration, and yet information has been withheld from us, and we have not been at the table with the district since 1 week before the 12th. So 2/5 was the last time we were at the table. Everything about this is wrong. We actually need to collaborate, and I would encourage you all to compel the district to do so. The whole public comment stuff, I'm trying to meet you halfway. Like, we caucused as a community. We came up with a list as a community, and that was rejected so that you can have the first 15 people who signed up to come just brown nose. Like, that is wrong. The community is watching you. The media is watching you. Stand up for our students. Stand up for our staff.
Hello, my name is David Patino, teacher at Watsonville High School. I'm yielding my time to these students here.
Hi, Board. My name's Natalia, and I'm the junior class president at Aptos High. I understand that budget cuts need to be made, but cutting over 13% of our teachers at Aptos High, or teachers anywhere for that matter, does not in any way benefit the students. Cutting down our staff to this extent makes it impossible for us to staff a 7-period day. High school is an opportunity to figure out what you want to do for the rest of your life, and forcing our day down to 6 periods limits the opportunities that are available to students to complete their education while pursuing their passions. This reduction to 6 periods also threatens our site losing health and human and it collapsing into PE, which is completely unacceptable. Real sex ed saves lives and keeps students safe and informed. Our VAPA and CTE department is also threatened, and VAPA and CTE classes have proven to increase student attendance and involvement in their educations. It gives them a creative outlet as well as an access to future career pathways. Electives also include core classes that are not grad requirements, like Calc BC. So I urge all of you to vote no on any action that could threaten Aptos High School's 7-period day and overall the extreme staff budget cuts throughout the district.
Good evening. Each day, my little brother comes home and is slowly able to communicate with us what he did. As a child living with autism, it is essential that he and many others on the spectrum receive release education in elementary schools. Before my brother, 7 years old, began music class at Rio Del Mar Elementary School, he was essentially nonverbal and had a very hard time communicating his wants and needs. Each day, he comes home from music or PE and is a step closer to being able to communicate the way you and I do today. By cutting 12 full-time elementary release positions, you are cutting off the lifeline to students with special needs. PBUSD is supposed to educate students, so why are you going to refuse education to your most high-risk category? Education is not just reading and writing. It is also regulating emotions and learning basic life skills. Do not set these children up for failure. I urge you to support special education students on their paths in life. Without release, my brother and many others will never be able to progress or communicate the way you and I do today. This choice is on your shoulders, so make the right choice, because someday you're gonna have to live with the regret of what you're doing to these students and this district. Say no to cuts. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Avery Shu. I'm a freshman at Aptos High. I am here today because I believe it is unjust to be cutting funds and teachers of visual and performing arts and CTE classes. These classes are not only enjoyable, but they provide students balance in their school day from stressful academics and allow students to express their creativity. On top of this, VAPA and CTE classes are high school graduation requirements, and therefore every student needs to take these classes within their high school years. We should be able to have many choices when selecting these courses, so we have the freedom to select classes that we are truly interested in. CTE and VAPA classes also prepare students for life after school. If all we are taught are academics, how would we be able to explore our interests and passions and what we wish to do with our lives? Without the balance that these classes create, there will be a major decline in overall students' well-being and mental health, because mental health should be a priority for every school district, which includes all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is, we went a little over the 30, which is fine, but we are going to now move on to our action items. Okay. So I will now move us on to item 4.1, Resolution 24-25-19, reduction of particular kinds of certificated employees' services for the 2025-2026 school year as recommended by the Sustainable Budget Team and approved by the Board of Education on January 15th, 2025. This report will be presented by Angelica Renteria, our Interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, President Flores, Board of Trustees. Can you hear me? You can't. Hello, is this better? Okay. Good evening, President Flores, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Contreras. My name is Angelica Renteria, Interim Assistant Superintendent of HR. I'm presenting Resolution 24-25-19 for your consideration. As Dr. Contreras had explained before, this resolution is based on the recommendations from the Sustainable Budget Team on certificated positions and was approved by the board January 15, 2025. Education Code Section 44955 authorizes the district to eliminate and or reduce particular kinds of certificated services. Certain services are now being provided by certificated positions must be reduced for the 25-26 school year. And this action is to address the district's staffing needs, the elimination of certain funds, and the district's fiscal health. The affected positions are attached as Exhibit A. The district recommends your approval of this resolution to support the district's fiscal health for the upcoming years.
Sylvester, if you can scroll down a little bit, we'll look at the positions. And what I'd like to explain is this resolution was asked to be brought forward so that it was separated out to reflect the approval of the board at the January 15th board meeting where the board approved the recommendations with some modifications by the board of the Sustainable Budget Team. So these were positions that had been added with one-time ESSER dollars. And so these are the certificated positions that were added at that time with one-time funded ESSER dollars. And this was all approved on the January 15th board meeting certificated positions, only brought forward, separated out so that they were not combined into the whole one resolution as was in the February 12th board meeting.
Okay, so now I will move us to discussion from the board. Did you want to ask? Sure. Trustee Flynn.
So when we met a few weeks ago, it was my understanding that the board had already made a decision on this based on the recommendations of the sustainable budget team. I got some feedback around from both sides, and I wanted to get some clarity from the board who was already here before I got here around, I watched a lot of Tell Me Your Age Without Telling Me Your Age videotape of the sustainable budget team meetings. And so I went into that last meeting understanding that this had already been approved by the board. So I felt like it was important that it be taken out and that community voice, who spent all their time working on this, be acknowledged. And some of the feedback that I got was that they weren't, because it was not considered. Now, as somebody who gives community voice and feedback and has given free labor, because that's what that was free labor, it's important that those recommendations not just be considered, but be valued and taken. And the feedback that I got was that isn't what happened. Conversely, I also heard that the options that were given were limited, and there was some other positions that they would have liked to see on there. I understand that this is a 3-year process, and so I wanted to kind of open that up for discussion from my trustees, just to, as I mentioned, this is an attempt. I've heard a couple times already it be said that we understand cuts need to be made, but don't make them. So it's double-sided, and I have a responsibility. I felt like it would be irresponsible of me to not have these conversations with you and allow community to speak some more. It was hard to make decisions really late at night, and it was hard to make decisions when everything was like thrown together. So I wanted to listen to take into consideration what my fellow trustees had said at that meeting about having these things separated. So that was an attempt for me, and I really want to hear kind of from you, because these recommendations were something that you already agreed to. So yeah.
Okay, Trustee Navarro.
So Joy, part of what happened was the Sustainable Budget Committee came to the determination that we should cut $1.5 million from our mental health clinicians. And we had an outpouring of support to not eliminate that, because we have a high need for our students who are still suffering from post-pandemic effects, in addition to anxiety, depression, what's going on with our federal government, fears for safety. And so we listened to those voices, and we decided that in order to preserve those mental health positions, that we would cut a little bit from a few different areas, and that's how we came up with that. So the initial recommendation from the Sustainable Budget Committee was to do $1.5 million from the mental health clinicians, and we voted the majority to cut $500,000 instead of $1.5 million, and then to cut $500,000 from early release and intervention and $750,000 from the district office. intervention teachers. And then what happened was they had to go back to the budget, Jenny, and kind of put together kind of quickly, like to incorporate our recommendations, which is why that's how the delivery driver, the payroll tech, the site technicians, they were trying, and some of the director positions at the district office, that's how those ended up there, because the budget office and Dr. Contreras and her cabinet were trying to figure out ways to abide by what we were trying to do. So that's how that came about.
Trustee Medina.
I know for me, I was a no vote on that. And the reason why that is I had to look at it through what I typically do. And when I'm creating a film budget, I would not form a committee of people who are not informed of how that budget particularly works, what departments need to be funded, where that money needs to go. Because if I were to have a committee for a film budget with people not being quite informed of how that goes, that means they're going to come back to me and say, you need to cut your lead actor because they're making too much money. Well, that's a film budget for you, right? There are things that you need to pay attention to, and there are people with expertise. For example, the people that are on the ground are expertise in this. They know exactly what's needed in our classrooms and what our students need. So I know I get a lot of flack over here for representing my constituency because they voted me in. How many of you are from Pajaro that are here today? Let's go. Thank you for representing. I love y'all. And I love your messages. But you know, that was the reason why I voted no, because I felt that the sustainable budget team, although their intention was great, they just did not have that fiscal knowledge that was needed. And seeing that two admin were positioned there, it felt like the conversation would get steered one direction when they were requesting other information. So I felt that I couldn't, in good faith, approve that, knowing that some of the sustainable budget team also felt like they didn't have all the information they needed to make that decision.
So weren't they, you had mentioned, people on the ground, weren't that, isn't that who it was made up of?
From my understanding, is Nellie here? You could come up to the podium since I have a question. Yep, I can. It's my time. Unless you want to vote against that.
Thank you for inviting me.
Is that fine? Okay. Ms. Vaquera, I understand that you were on the sustainable budget team, right?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell me if the information that were proposed to you was, in fact, collaborative, or did you feel that things were missing in that session?
The items proposed or presented and proposed to the team were items that were generated through the administration. As a matter of fact, our counselors and mental health clinicians showed up to a meeting and they were denied access to the room that we were meeting in, thereby denied access to speak and give us input on the scope of their work.
And was CSCA present at that meeting as well?
Yeah, we had actually quite a few CSEA. There were only 2 certificated teachers on the committee of all the people. It was myself and one other classroom teacher. And then CSEA had Ashley. And the reason we had more CSEA people that ended up being on that committee is because CSEA are also community members. So we had parents, some who happened to be CSEA members, and we had CSEA staff that were also invited. So that's sort of where that skewed. If you were to look at, well, what are the unions that were there? There was a representative from CWA. CWA is the union that represents the substitutes, and then it was parents, and so that was the group. And so, yeah, when we're talking about a community, especially when we're talking about school budgets and how layered and complex they are, and the unrestricted and restricted, and the all the stuff, it can get confusing and you just sort of space out. But the presentations provided were all items and information generated by the district. The committee did ask questions, but again, because it was a district-led committee, it was only the information that was going to be shared by the district.
Got it. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Actually, Nellie, I had one more question. I have a question. When it first started, I saw that there were quite a few of the parents were also teachers. But you're saying there was only 2 teachers?
No, there was just, the only 2 were myself and Emily Helbig.
Out of the 24?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and you had 1, 2, 3, I saw 3 administrators that were school site administrators. And when you had Jenny and Dr. Contreras leading the committee and the conversations. So yeah, it was predominantly administrative, and then we had like some wonderful parents there that.
So I'll speak to the formation of the committee. So it was comprised of 24 people, and I've spoken about this before at previous meetings. 24 people were on the committee. 12 were community members representing each grade span in our district, so elementary, junior high, and high school. They all had to apply. It was not a challenging application process. It was just fill out a Google form, select your interest, state what grade span you're representing, and then we did a live streamed random drawing of the people who had applied, and we did it by grade span, like here's how many, and we read their names. You can find it, it's still posted. We read their names, we let everyone read, the names go into a little tumbler, and then for each grade span, we pulled out the name and said this is the person who was drawn, so that it was very transparent and not pre-selected who was being selected onto there. We then had administrators apply, 1 from each grade span. We had community partners, and again, it was just whoever wanted to apply, and we had 2 slots available for that. And we did a random drawing on the community partners, so it was just all random. We invited our labor partners to be a part of that. And then Jenny and I led those meetings. We presented any and all information that we thought would be needed in trying to educate the team around school finance and district budgets. And then any information that was requested of us, we brought back for them to review. At one point, even Ashley Yoro asked to see our PG&E bill. And so we brought that information forward. That is all live. It was live streamed so that anyone could watch in the moment. They're recorded and posted on our website, and all documentation, all the PowerPoints we used, any requested information is also uploaded. And throughout every single meeting, anytime someone wanted any more information and asked for it, we always had what we call parking lot. So there was a big Post-it, and if someone requested anything, they just had to put it on a sticky note that they wanted to see that information. And there was at no point any information that was asked of us did we ever say, no, you can't have that information. So we did our best to make sure it was a balanced team. And when we had the team have their first meeting, we made it really clear that the end goal of that team would be to make a recommendation to the board around what positions for the one-time dollars would be recommended for reduction, because we just cannot afford to keep positions on with money we no longer have.
And was Stephanie Monroe at that meeting?
Yes, Stephanie Monroe was one of the district management positions who was on that team.
One thing I failed to, oh, sorry, go ahead, sorry. I think Carol wanted to respond to you as well.
So I watched the videos. I didn't watch live stream, but I watched them later before we came in to vote. And at meeting 7, there was a unanimous agreement of the 24 people of an option. In meeting 8, which was the final one where they were putting together the presentation to come to the board, I wouldn't say everybody in the room, but I felt like many of the people in the group had rethought the mental health clinicians. And I felt like I wasn't doing a disservice to the 24 people who had worked for free on that committee, that they also felt like the mental health clinicians were important. So that's where I came from.
Okay. So one of the things that has been heavy on my mind, and this is really just coming from me that I'd like to share with my trustees, is something that I've not heard anybody talking about, and that is what's happening at the federal level and what is downstream. And I have this vision of us, a school bus, stuck on the train tracks. And we know when the train is coming, and we have to try to get people off of the tracks. I personally don't feel like the federal administration cares about me, people who look like me, and people who look like many people in this room. And they're literally willing to allow us to starve by cutting these federal fundings that fund our healthy meals. Literally taking food away from our kids. Nobody is talking about this. That's another reason why I called this meeting, because we need to talk about that. Okay, I missed that. It was a very overwhelming time. And we still are in Black History Month, so I can't let it go by identifying that program was inspired by the Black Panthers in 1969 and made national in 1975. And I know we have a representative of the new chapter of the Brown Berets who work very closely with Black Panthers, so thank you for being here. So starve both of food and starve of knowledge, because we could potentially be having to cut our programming for Head Start. It makes me nervous. I don't like to operate in fear. I like to operate in caution. And this is something that I think we all can really get behind and understand. And I don't know what to do with it, so I had to bring it before you. That's why this conversation is really, really important. I know that the reserves are something that keep being talked about. I'm just trying to figure out where we go for funding when the other thing that I didn't mention is the state funding and how much we rely on that. A third of the state funding comes from the federal government, and then we trickle down. Half of our county funding comes from the federal government. 25 million approximately of PVUSD funds. Well, 12 to 14 million for food and nutrition, and about 12 to 14 million for early childhood development. And what if that gets cut? Then what? So I'm not a proponent of really cutting. However, this is the reality that we're in with our current administration, who does not care about the kids who we serve. So thank you, everybody, for coming here. I did not call this meeting lightly. I need you to understand that. I know a lot of people are angry for even having it. But again, this is something that nobody's talking about. And the recommendations that were given by the Sustainable budget team, I don't know that they even had these in mind. But one-time funding is one-time funding. And I want to better understand what maybe the long-term cost is when we take these away if we don't have the funding to support them in the first place. Yes. Sorry, you have to say yes.
Trustee Medina.
I agree, and the reason why this really hurts me is because this really hurts my area. Those three schools that are out there, and I'm going to say it again, they're neglected. Nobody goes out there. Nobody pays attention to them. Nobody. These programs, and then to hear that they want to cut our only English language counselor who's bringing in new students, talking to them as they're trying to assimilate into the United States. That is horrible. And I know you like rolling your eyes, Dr. Navarro, when I talk about my district, but if you were to live there, you would probably understand. So I just wanted to call you out on that since you like doing that quite often. And, thank you. And what does it say about our priorities when we hold special meetings to revisit budget cuts, but not discuss the real crisis affecting our district? If the priority is tackling low attendance, then let's schedule a special meeting on lowering the voting age to 16 so students have a stake in their education. If the goal is attracting new teachers, let's have a special meeting on transitioning to a 4-day school week to improve work-life balance and make our district more appealing. Time and time again, those of us who understand the culture, who grew up in this area, and who know what our constituents want are being dismissed. Just going to say that. We need a plan shaped by our community, our stakeholders, not one imposed without meaningful input, because that's exactly what it feels like. So I hope that those that voted for this really reconsider, especially those that were not running a campaign and got to meet these amazing constituents that show up here every day, because that's why I'm in this seat, because of all of you. And when other people hit me up that are not from my district, I tell them openly, this is what my constituents want. This is what they need. And they're tired of being left out in the dark and not giving an opportunity to hold people accountable. We have maintenance and operations. The district, sent out a letter telling my area that they need to close the windows. Guess what? Pajaro Middle School doesn't have any damn windows. Some are missing. So how is it that we're allowing that to happen? And who, Dr. Gutierrez, please answer this. Who is in charge of maintenance and operations?
Herlindo Fernandez. Yeah.
Who supervises Herlindo?
Jenny M.
So
Jenny M.
Medina, I supervise maintenance and operations and facilities, and we had emailed about the situation at Pajaro Middle School. So what happened with the windows is the original design of the school had design with what are called louvers. So they're essentially metal blinds. Over the many years, there were some classrooms that had plexiglass installed, but that was not part of the original design. So what we had spoken about was this was a concern that had been brought up. So we are in the process of going through an architect to look at what that would look like to get those installed, but that was part of the original plan.
Thank you for that. But what I don't understand is between the first fire warning that came out, and the second one that came out, why was there no plexiglass put into those windows?
So it's a complex situation. So one thing that we are working
okay, Jenny,
with
I hear
Principal Marchand is the fact that when you put the plexiglass on, it does impact the airflow into the classrooms, because the plexiglass, you're not able to lower and open those easily. We're going into the warmer months. So I know our MNO team has been working with the principal to see if we can get actually a survey going with the teachers to see what that would look like. In talks with our architects, because there right now is a delay in the manufacture of windows and glass, we're actually seeing that with one of our projects. They gave us an estimate of actually 2 years out to get all of the windows that we need for this one project. So if we install the plexiglass, it would not be as temporary as we initially assumed. It would actually be probably for over a year. So we did not want to go ahead and install those without really having an understanding of how this would impact the classroom learning environment. And
So had I not brought that to your attention, you would have allowed that window to be open and remain open during that time?
I'm going to interject right here for really quick. I'm going to bring it back to this item. I thank you, Jenny, for that information, and I do see where we can't just go in and alter designs without, really thorough thought.
Yeah, but poisoning
so
students is not okay either, and I think
back
that's something that needs to be
our-
considered.
This 4.1, I'm going to give you a little more information also from my point of view, because you had asked, from us. I really felt like that sustainable budget team did an amazing job. It was a very difficult job that I thank them for giving up their time with their family to do that. I watched some of them 3 times, most of them 2. The first one's just the once. But I came into that meeting prepared to, honor what they had provided us. Now, as that meeting was going along, we could see that I didn't believe we were going to be able to come to an agreement on what was being presented. So we, had dialogue and came to a compromise. And I felt it was a fair compromise, taking a little bit, from here, and here, so that it's not all on one on just all on mental health clinicians or on social emotional counselors or and originally the motion was going to be 1.2 from intervention teachers. I think losing almost all of our intervention teachers, and I did not want to allow that to happen. So yeah, I think what we came up with and what we voted January 15th was a fair outcome, considering the time that they put in to then present it to us, but ultimately the decision does come down to us. So
Thank you for that. So I would be remiss if I did not bring up something that's come up from many people that have connected with me. And I apologize. Please, thank you for your patience around my my email. I could not find my Social Security card. I found it and I gave it to them, and then there was an issue with my name because my legal last name is Wall, but I did not drop it for personal reasons, and my middle name is Flynn, so I often go by Flynn Wall, but yeah, so I wanted to make that clear. So you can call me Trustee Flynn, and my email is joy_Flynn@pvusd.net. It is up and running. But some one-time ESSER fund administrative positions that have come into question, and this may come up in one of the next resolutions, but I feel like that needs to be talked about because of the people that I represent are asking me about it. So some of the feedback that I've gotten is that this is a 3-year process, and that is coming. But I wanted to hear from my trustees around that, if we could, and if there's any sort of addition to the resolution or modifications to the resolution, or if it stands, or if we make a motion to move forward, or because we have that opportunity to do that now that it's its own thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and this process actually started under interim superintendent Murray Sheckman's watch. When he first came on, he was the first one to really, bring it to our board's attention with Jenny Emmett. Really, I believe it was Jenny who really started to show us where we were headed. And they attacked that first year with just hitting attrition really hard. And we saw that, as a board. It was in closed session, though. And so it wasn't really seen for the public. And then we knew that we were going to look at ESSER funds, COVID dollars, for the second year, and we still have 2 more years. And I'm telling you, each year it's just going to get harder. So the fact that we're struggling so much with this one is really scary, but there's so much more that's going to happen in this next phase, and I'm going to request actually that we start a lot sooner. Like I'm saying, thinking the second graduations are done, we hit it, with looking at what's this next phase going to look like, and it is going to actually be, everything will be looked at now. This isn't just one-time funds. This is everything, and I'm going to ask that we do a better job for our unions and our, everyone, that we can bring them in more. I thought the sustainable budget team was amazing, but we could do better. I mean, we could always try to do better. So that's, what we have to look forward to after this. And so I know we've been on this item for a half an hour now. Is anyone ready to make a motion? Oh, go. Sorry. Yes.
I think for me, I understand that we have to have cuts. I get that. What I wanted to see out of the list, and this isn't like disrespect to anybody, but I used to be a teacher, and we always saw cuts at the bottom. So for me, what I wanted to see is, if we're in this together and we need to do this together, I understand that this is the list that was put for the one-time funds. But I would have appreciated if we would have included people at the top as well. And the reason is, for me, is that I have seen a lot of mistrust between the teachers and the staff and the district. We've always felt, and I say we even though I'm not there anymore, right? But I still feel like I'm there, that a lot of it gets cut from the bottom. So the very little that we have, right, even though it's one-time funding, I understand that part. Like, I see release teachers, and I think of, like, I've worked with elementary kids, kinder, first grade, right? That is so important. Had I seen them also put, and this isn't attacking them, right, but this is a collaborative thing that I wanted to see in order to gain my trust, right? I would have been like, okay, we're all doing our part. But what I'm seeing with this list is all at the bottom. And that's why I felt uncomfortable. And I understand that we have to cut, but I want it to be, what is the word that I'm, dispersed a little bit, different.
I hear that, and I think that's the piece that I was just speaking to. And go ahead, sorry. No, go finish, and then after, when you're done. I guess because there is an immediacy to this, is this something that, like what President Flores was talking about, is beginning right after graduation and talking about where that could come from and be, for lack of better terms, more top-heavy? Because I want you to feel, I hear what you're saying, and that's what I was trying to speak to, and that's the feedback that I wanted, and I felt like it was important that I speak to that and bring it up because it was coming from so many years, because I'm hearing what you're saying from the community.
And this is not to attack administrators or, I'm seeing now in this position everybody's work. So this is not saying that we're more important than them. What I'm saying is I would have loved to see a list that included everybody.
So moving forward, sorry, into the next interim, I feel like maybe we have converse. Like, this is feeling heavy at the bottom for you, or heavy on the boots on the ground, and it has to be better dispersed, is what I'm hearing. Okay.
I was speaking to somebody at Cabrillo, and they were telling me how they got rid of a dean, and all the other deans took over some of those positions. As teachers, that's what we've done for years and years. So I would like to see it at the top as well.
Trustee Crosco, I would like to point out that on the line, the very first line with the 4.5 FTE, that is all administration. And then there will be other resolutions that have certificated staff that are also administrative positions. And last year, in the first year of the sustainable cuts that President Flores was talking about, I believe Jenny can share the number can you share the number of dollars in reductions that was in management positions at the district office level?
Yeah, so we absolutely share that viewpoint that we had to start looking at the district office first. So before we started the sustainable budget team process, we started reducing at the district office. So all of 2024, we reduced approximately $1 million in positions before we're even seeing the $750,000 in district office reductions as part of these resolutions. As part of that $1 million that we reduced, I believe 3 were management positions, and since then there's actually been 1 more management position. So we first started at the district office, looking at management before we even started the sustainable budget team. So it's $1 million plus the $750,000 in additional district office reductions as part of these resolutions.
Okay, Trustee Navarro would like to add.
Also, I know that I've been in discussions with Dr. Contreras, and I believe Carol has too, in this next iteration going forward, is to look at the district office and figure out exactly what everyone does. Like, what is their role? Is there any redundancy? Is there any ways that we can make cuts without affecting the functioning of the district? So that's information that I know I've requested, and I think Carol has too going forward.
Wait, so those discussions weren't had before this?
So Trustee Medina, my understanding, and please, Jenny and Dr. Contreras, correct me if I'm wrong, but this specific Sustainable Budget Committee was looking at one-time funding, and those district office positions are not one-time funding. Am I wrong?
I can name 3 directors that we could cut right now. So if that's what needs to happen, let's do it. So.
Yeah, so that is correct. We've been trying to take a measured approach. The measured approach began last year. This year was another look, and we started with the one-time funding and then also the beginning of aligning our enrollment to the number of teachers and staff. The district office positions that were closed this year were some were positions added with one-time funding, but we also closed other positions that have been requested to be closed. So as they were vacated, we closed them. Just 2 weeks ago, I met with school services, me and Andrea Willie, who is someone who supports in my office, to begin a study that will deeply analyze all of the departments that are housed within the district office to look at what would be the recommended configuration for a district of our size? How would it be organized? How does it compare to other districts? And where might we cut if we need to? And that will be those recommendations we expect to probably be complete by June or July. And then those will be the next wave, because this will be a process that we'll need to engage in for next year as well. And just like Olivia suggested, started in May. So.
And how many consultants have you hired because your cabinet doesn't know quite what needs to happen?
Well, we did engage in a self-study through the Sustainable Budget Team, and those documents are there, and we compared ourselves and our configurations to many different school districts. You can go onto those documents and see them. However, several trustees did request for us to have outside experts for particularly the district office, because the statement was made that our self-study was not thorough enough.
And how much has that accumulated total?
We haven't contracted out yet because I was going to get board approval for that.
Okay, so the training that we did with those 2 women who are doing like tarot cards, what was that about? Like the numbers and stuff, how much did that cost?
I'll get that direct information.
You can't give me the number right now?
No, I cannot. I want to be accurate in that.
Jenny, do you have the number on how much that consultant cost?
No, we have thousands of contracts and POs that come through. I do not know that off the top of my head, but
Okay.
we can get that information for
I'd like
you.
to bring it back to
And
item
I would,
4.1,
just one second, I would like to just request that we get a sheet of how many consultants have been utilized since Contreras has come in, because if we're relying more on consultants than the cabinet, why do we have a cabinet? So that's my logic, so I would like that requested.
Going back to what you were talking about, Trustee Carrasco, is that what I'm hearing is that as we are doing this, you'd like to see the same thing happen as we go into the next year. So not seeing these types of positions on up for resolution. Is that the case? I would agree with you.
I understand that in this phase we're focusing on the one-time budgeting, but I also want to point out that we're working on trust with the community. So as we move forward, and I think I said this, I probably didn't say it how I wanted to say it because it was a lot, right? But I wanted to take some of this and be able to work with other budget, not just the one-time budget, in order to create the trust with our staff and our teachers to say, look, we're all in this together. You guys need to cut, and we're cutting here. Here's the list, right? And with this list, again, it feels like another stab at our wound, right? That we're trying to mend by just seeing people at the bottom. So that's what I'm trying to say, that yes, I understand that it's one-time funding, but in the process, I personally feel if we want to build trust with our community, we need to show them that we're doing it on our end as well. And that's not to put anybody down in their position, because if we are Pajaro Valley unified, then we need to feel all these cuts unified. That's how I see it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to close discussion now and ask, do we have a motion? Trustee Medina?
I would like to make a motion to table Resolution 242519.
And do I have a second? Okay, we have a first and a second.
And I would like a roll call on the vote.
Eva, can we have a roll call?
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Turley, your vote?
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee O'Donnell Jr. is not here. Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
Vice President Navarro, your vote?
Since this is a decision that we've already made at the January meeting, no.
And President Flores, your vote?
No. That motion fails. We can see if there's any other motions.
Recognize me?
Trustee Medina?
Great. Then I would like to amend Resolution 242519, and I would like to move 4.5 for coordinator site academics accountability and instruction to 0. I would like to move counselors to 0. I would like to move elementary release teachers to 0, and I would like to put elementary intervention teachers at 0. That is my amendment.
Okay, do we have a second?
I need to hear it one more time.
We ask you to show.
Carol, he's pretty much putting it all to 0. Yes.
I'm asking to 0 all these out.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Can I have a roll call? I'm I'm sorry, guys, you can't, we need it quiet. I'm sorry. We have a really heavy decision to make right now. I can't have that, I'm sorry. Roll call. Stop the outburst, Omar, or I'm going to have to ask you to leave, please. Ms. Herrera, it might be nice for the people behind you if you have a seat too, or unless there's no one behind you.
Okay, Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
What is the question? I'm sorry.
Yes. And Trustee Dodson, here, Trustee Flynn, your vote?
I can't agree to 0. I can't agree to 0 right now, no.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Turley, your vote?
No?
Vice President Navarro, your vote?
No.
President Flores, your vote?
No. Okay, so Trustee Flynn, is there a motion that you would consider making?
The thing that is hard for me is that this decision was already made before I came.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind making the first motion if you are uncomfortable with that. I don't mind making a motion.
I don't feel comfortable making a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve this.
I have a motion to approve Resolution 24-25-19. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and we'll ask for a roll call. I have a first and a second. I'll ask for a roll call.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
No.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
I have to go with what I had said before, and my understanding is that this is one-time ESSER funding. We have a lot of others to go through. I have had conversations with constituency about this particular. I've lived here for 45 years. I know a lot of people, and people have contacted me through my personal email. Eva has forwarded me emails.
That's not equitable.
Emails that we received, we had people saying, can you please forward this to Trustee Flynn, because we don't have her email, so that was done.
That was not advertised. On the website, it said there was no email. No contact. District, you'll understand.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. You've had your time. We have to have more discussion now. Thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
What is the effect on the students and these
Please come to Hall District. You will see.
Go to Hall, go to Ronnie. Exactly.
We've been understaffed for 4 years. You will see it. You will see.
and
Okay, I'm sorry. We cannot have everyone chiming in. We'll have to clear the room, and I really don't want to do that. So please don't make me do that.
To clear the room, we can't vote.
We can actually.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Learn Robert's rules, let come at we go.
Shut it down.
Sit down with the teachers and talk more.
Trustee Flynn, I
No.
can tell you, no? Okay. I know.
Trustee Medina,
No, and remember, y'all have recall power. Throwing that out there.
Trustee Turley,
No.
Trustee Navarro,
I think this is really financially irresponsible, and this is actually a decision that we already have made, and my vote is yes.
Trustee, President Flores.
I vote yes, and I apologize for to our entire district who's going to struggle if we do not make the decisions that we need to make. So that motion fails. I'm trying to get 2, 4, 1. Okay, so I'm just gonna move us on quickly through these then, because I'm going to move us on to item 4.2, Resolution 24-25-20. Reduction of particular kinds of classified employee services for the 2025-2026 school year as recommended by the superintendent, by the Sustainable Budget Team and approved by the Board of Education on 1/15/25. Report will be presented by Angelica Renteria, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening again, Angelica Renteria. This next resolution is Resolution 24-25-20, and it also represents the recommendations from the Sustainable Budget Team on classified positions, which was approved by the board on January 15, 2025. Please note that these cuts are in addition to the $1 million previously reduced in district office positions. Education codes 45-101, 45-114, 45-117, 45-298, and 45-308 authorize the district to lay off or reduce classified employees for lack of work or lack of funds. The recommended action again is, in order to maintain a healthy budget for the district, we recommend your approval on this resolution.
Thank you, and I'll bring it back for discussion from the board. Anyone have any questions? Dr. Navarro.
Actually, this is the one resolution that I didn't support because of the site technology and the communication technicians for the reasons that we discussed at the last meeting. But in regards to the last one, like those were decisions that were made already, and I'm just upset that I was hoping that by separating them out, that we could at least get those passed.
I was
Trustee Flynn?
hoping the same thing, and yeah. I don't have a lot of questions about this.
I'll take a motion then. Oh, Trustee Medina?
I would like to make a motion to reject Resolution 24-25-20.
I'll second.
Okay. Do you need a roll call, or can I just do a
I would
vote?
love a roll call so
Okay.
people are on record.
Can
Thank
we have
you.
a roll call vote, Eva?
Trustee Turley, your vote.
No.
Trustee Flynn, your vote.
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote.
The motion is to reject, so you have to say yes if you're rejecting, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Sorry, should we start over?
Sorry.
Clear for folks, yeah.
The
I
motion is to
rescind my
Okay,
vote.
I'll start again.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Turley, your vote.
No.
Trustee Flynn, your vote.
I vote to reject it, yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote. Trustee Medina, your vote.
Yes.
Trustee Navarro.
Is it possible to amend? Or no, just the vote? Okay. Okay. No.
And President Flores, your vote.
No. So that motion actually fails, 3-3-1.
Well, I'll try. I think I know where it'll go. I make a motion to approve Resolution 24-2520.
I second. Eva, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Are we on the next one now?
Trustee Turley, your vote.
Yes?
Trustee Flynn? No. Trustee Carrasco? Trustee Medina?
No.
Trustee Navarro?
Yes.
And President Flores.
Yes, and that motion fails. 3-3-1. Okay, so I believe we just table this resolution and move on to the next one. Okay. We're moving on to item 4.3. Resolution 4.3. Resolution 24-25-21, reduction of a particular kind of certificated employee services for the 2025-2026 school year based on the need for right sizing due to overstaffing. Report will be presented by Angelica Renteria, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening again, Angelica Renteria. This next resolution is Resolution 24-25-21 and is based on the need for right sizing due to overstaffing. This resolution is also supported by Education Code 44955. The list of certificated positions that are considered in this resolution are listed as Exhibit A. Once again, in order to maintain a healthy budget, the district recommends your approval on this item.
Thank you. Dr. Navarro?
So I just I just gathered my thoughts, and I just want your patience, and please, if you can just not scream out from the audience and just hear me out. First of all, I want to thank President Flores for giving me the opportunity to give my thoughts regarding the last meeting. I hope the community realizes how hard that last meeting was for all of us. Many of us are new to the board, and we're trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible. Trustee Flynn had been on the board for about a week before we were making these really big decisions, and had information rapidly coming at her, in addition to a litany of emails from constituents voicing both for and against. Trustees Carrasco, Medina, Turley, and I have been in our positions for less than 6 months, and we're doing our best to learn as quickly as possible. Last night, I was up till midnight. I worked 10 hours a day from 6 to 4, and then I came here, and in the interim, I responded to every single email that I received, and I have responded to every text and interaction that I've come up with. Our 2 veteran trustees also struggle with these decisions despite their institutional knowledge, and it was painful. We realize these decisions affect our neighbors, our friends, and our community members, but this is the job that we signed up to do. We signed up to make tough decisions and to make sure that we have a functioning board, a functioning school district, and align our staffing needs to the number of students that we have so we can provide for the students that we do have with the resources they need to be successful. Danny, I know, really struggled with the classified recommendations, but I think that unfortunately was based on recommendations that we did in January. So we kind of caused that problem. Classified positions like the warehouse, delivery, site techs, computer support, payroll technician, and the certified positions, VAPA coordinator, math and science directors were an attempt to cut district office positions and follow the guidelines we gave the team. We are still learning how these sessions work, and unfortunately, because of time constraints and Brown Act rules, we didn't get the opportunity to collectively discuss and negotiate on what we could and could not live without. Furthermore, while the district enrollment has decreased significantly, staffing levels have either been maintained or increased in FTEs. This is not sustainable. I reviewed all this information with trusted sources, my best friends of 37 years who have worked in the education system for over 20 years as teachers, VAPA coordinators, in the district office, and as principals. When I reviewed this with my friends, they were shocked that the district had never right-sized based on attendance and stated with declining enrollment and state reimbursement that you have to reduce positions Quote, that's a no-brainer. Furthermore, she also stated that we needed to enforce the contract that PVFT has with the district. We have 15,000 students and 1,100 teachers, which is one teacher for every 13 students. Enrollment has declined 20% over the last decade, and staffing has not reduced. I visited one site and asked for their course offerings, and I actually gave Trustee Flynn that information. And even I could see that the classes were under-enrolled. There was one class, same class, had 12 students. Another class, same class, had 17 students. Those two classes combined are 29 students, which is still under what's contracted. I could see how, even me, just taking a quick look at this, could see how we can combine classes without causing any loss of opportunities to our students. I understand the scheduling is difficult, but that's why our counselors are important in helping students get the schedule that they need. Sometimes things change. Sometimes things change and the reductions don't come to fruition, but every district, and I'll pull up, Eva, if you can pull that up for me. Every district goes through this. Every district across California is going through this right now. In fact, many are holding meetings like today and as we speak. This is a worst case scenario. We're hopeful that teachers are going to opt to retire, take the retirement incentive. There are people that may leave the district, and there's a possibility these positions don't actually get laid off. It was shocking to my friends that this district had never actually pink slipped people, because every district does this. They do not rely on attrition. I asked that you not interrupt, please. I'm hopeful that once we get I'm hoping that there isn't as many reductions once we have a better view of the budget, but unfortunately, because of the March 15th deadline, any reductions need to be announced. And often, because my friends went through this for the first 5 years they were teachers, often a lot of times they get rehired when the monies are understood. I'm hopeful that if we get our house in order, which it's not, and free up some resources to improve our schools, expand opportunities for students, and show we're willing and able to be fiscally responsible, that we can encourage some of the families that are leaving for private school and leaving our district to actually stay. I'd like to build a district that people envy, thereby improving our bottom line and providing us with funds to grow and thrive as a district. I want to extend a heartfelt apology to Budget Officer Jenny M. and Dr. Contreras. Jenny, we as a board failed you, and we failed Dr. Contreras. The Sustainable Budget Committee met over several months and came up with recommendations for cuts regarding one-time funding dollars. I believe that the Sustainable Budget Committee struggled to come up with those recommendations after a lot of work. We as a board were not happy with those decisions, as we felt eliminating mental health clinicians and social emotional counselors when kids were still suffering from the effects of COVID, in addition to depression, anxiety, violence, abuse, and trauma, was not in their best interest. At the January 15th meeting, we decided to spread the pain around, so to speak, and instead of cutting $1.5 million from mental health, we decided as a board to cut $750 from the district office, $500 from intervention and early release. I may have gotten that wrong. This leads to the proposals involving reductions in early release and intervention teachers and reductions in other classified positions. We need to own that decision. Unfortunately, the resolutions were a combination of decisions made in January, in addition to right-sizing decisions based on student projected enrollment. That, combined with the extensive public input, led us to make no decision at the last meeting, which frankly is irresponsible. This is what the district has done over the last 5 years with understandable reasoning based on going through a pandemic and its aftermath. Anyone who does not realize over the next 4 years that things are going to get worse has their head in the sand. We need to be grown-ups and make tough decisions now. Otherwise, next year, we're going to make double cuts and it will hurt even worse. Jenny M. has been doing the work of 2 individuals. She had to be begged to take this job. Her number 2 position has been open for 10 months with nobody applying. This district needs to be fixed. If Jenny decides to leave, we won't have a budget officer. And there's nobody poised to take her role. And honestly, Jenny, I know that you have been put through the ringer, but I implore you to please try to stick with us so that we could actually try to get a functioning board to make some tough decisions. Because voting no and abstaining on everything isn't being a grown-up. Cuts to staff, Cuts to staff and right sizing based on declining enrollment and declining state and federal funds is not unique to PVSD. This is happening in multiple districts across the state. Just this week, I received numerous CSBA news notifications of struggles of other districts. San Francisco School District, counselors, social workers on the chopping block. They're poised to reduce 800 positions. Can you go next, Heather? Listen, we are not special here. We are not special. We have to abide by all the rules that every other school district abides by. Every other school district is making deep cuts, and the ones that don't make deep cuts are going under. Good luck. Let me be clear. There's no decisions here that are going to make us feel good. I implore my fellow board members to support these resolutions and ensure the financial solvency of our district. I want the community and our teachers to know that I don't take these decisions lightly, and I realize with every reduced position, this is someone's livelihood. I want all things for our students and our district, but just like when I make my monthly budget and when my mom did when we were growing up, you can't have all the things. You have to make choices. I want to make sure that our kids have everything that they need, but not necessarily, and I want to make sure we all have what we need, but we're not going to necessarily have everything that we want, because the federal government has put us in this situation. They're talking about dismantling the Department of Education. We are losing federal funding. We're going to lose state funding. Like, these are real things. And $56 million may sound like a lot of money, but when you look to a 3-year projection, that's going to be eaten up really quick. We need to live within our means and make financially sound decisions so that we can provide our students with the education opportunities and supports they need to be successful in the future. Lastly, I wanted to give a little background, and maybe Trustee Flores, you can speak to this as well, on why the former board hired Dr. Contreras. Her district in Modesto had similar demographics and a higher number of ESL students. And when folks walked those schools, classes were filled. Students were succeeding and performing and making significant academic gains. She improved attendance, brought more money to her district, and that is why the board voted her in. And unfortunately, she's been put in this position where most of the people that hired her are now gone. And I get it. We have to learn, we have to develop trust with the superintendent and the board so we can have a working relationship going forward. She had good relations with her union partners. And while they may have respectfully disagreed, they were respectful. These are my hopes for our district, that we can work collaboratively and that we can bring all the parties to the table, but that we can be honest about what's going on and honest in our agendas. Once again, I'd like to point out there's no plans to reduce the 6th period at Aptos. I keep responding to all of these emails. That is something that would involve stakeholder involvement and negotiations with the union. And in regards to Prop $28, I'm working to educate myself on that, but my understanding is that they're allocated on per pupil dollar to the site, and the sites determine how they spend those dollars. I responded to several students and asked them that perhaps they should check in with their principals to ask about how those dollars are being spent on their behalf. Our schools are falling apart. I'm so excited that Measure M passed, and I want to see your schools fixed. And I don't roll my eyes about your school. I roll my eyes about you, not your schools.
I am my district, so you're rolling your eyes at my district. Thank you.
No, Trustee Medina, your behavior on this board is so irresponsible, so combative. It's not working. It's not working together. It's not working in transparency.
President Flores,
can you tell her to stick to her point,
I hope that going
because
forward that we can try to work together.
get elected.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm almost done.
Oh.
Anyway,
I'll call it.
anyhow, you can see if you scroll through these what districts who have not made smart decisions are facing, and what districts who have made these decisions, as painful as they are right sizing and trying to make smart decisions for the future. Anyway, thank you.
Carol, did you want a 5-minute? Or do you want to?
No, I want to vote these out. Let's keep going, but I got something to say.
I have a lot to say too.
Yep.
Mostly I have questions.
Oh, go ahead. You can go.
Yes, Trustee Turley.
Who the smartest person in this room probably is. Not me, I can't even figure out how to turn on the thing. But Ginny M is probably the smartest person in the room, and she works hard, and she cares so much about this district. And I know what we're working on right now is really painful, but she deserves respect from all of us because she's trying to act in the best interest of everybody in this room, and especially the students who we all support. But in my typical fashion, I have a long list of questions for Ginny. Are you ready? Okay. Our maximum class size by negotiation with the teachers union is 24 for lower grades and 34 for upper grades, 4 and up. Is that correct?
So according to our contract for TK, it's 20 students with an adult to child ratio of 1 to 10. K through third, it's 24. Fourth, it's 32. And then 5th through 6th, 34. And then 7th through 12, 35, with 50 students in certain types of classes, such as physical education, band, chorus, and some classes like that.
Okay, thank you. How many classes do we have that have less than half of the negotiated number of students that can be in a class, the maximum, half of the maximum or less?
I think actually for this one, Michael, do you have that data?
Yeah, I have some rough numbers on this. In K through 3, there's one classroom that has 12 or fewer. There are 6 classrooms that have between 13 and 17 students. Grades 4, 5, and 6, the 6 meaning and elementary schools, there are 8 classrooms with 17 or fewer, and 9 classrooms with 18 to 24 students. In secondary, it's pretty tricky because there's a lot of different course codes, but based on enrollment report and eliminating things like PE and ELD, SEDI, and like academic labs, for classes with 17 or fewer, there are 59 class periods, and between 18 and 25, there are 258 class periods.
And is it feasible to combine some of those classes and not go over the maximum number based on contract?
Yes.
Thank you. The question was, so the answer to the prior question was, yes, there are numerous classes that have half or less than the maximum number that we've agreed. It's more than what the state says we have to do, but less than. So my follow-up question was, is it feasible to combine classes? If we have 2 classes that have 12 each, is it possible to combine those and have 24 students? I suppose it gets a little complicated because of locations of those classes, but it's feasible. How many positions on the certified reduction list represent positions no longer needed if classes that are under half or otherwise affected because of declining enrollment of our acceptable class sizes are combined? I didn't state that super well, even though I wrote it in advance. But of this list that we're looking at under this resolution, right there, how many of these positions are eliminated because we don't have enough students to be in those classes?
Actually, all of those that are listed there are due to student numbers.
Okay, thank you. And how many people currently teaching in our classrooms are not credentialed? Have they been here for more than 2 years? And are some of them, are we aware, are on track to obtain their credentials?
So just to clarify, all of our teachers are credentialed. Some of them have emergency credentials that are 1-year credentials from the state, but those are considered a full credential by the California Teaching Commission. So currently we have 39 people that are designated by California as underqualified, which is the state, the measure them and based on funding and things of that nature. And so they all hold one-year credentials, either the acronyms are STIP and PIP or a waiver. And then, can you repeat the other half of your question?
Do we know if any of the emergency teachers are in process of obtaining credentials?
Yeah, we sent out a survey to them. A number of them have actually moved into intern. So this number 39 is, we had more than that to begin with. I think we've had about 5 or 6 of them move into internship. And probably another 10 have informed me that they're looking into or have signed up to start an intern program.
Okay,
but they don't have an actual intern credential yet.
Okay, well, that's good news that they're working on that process. I feel like that 1 year is incredibly important before teachers are teaching our children. I know we had some emergency situations where we needed those emergency folks, and we're appreciative of that. And how many teachers have indicated that they intend to retire at the end of this school year?
As of today, we have 26 teachers who've indicated that they're going to retire at the end of the school year.
Yeah, I think the union thinks it's a larger number than that, but maybe they've notified their union prior to you.
You're talking about retirees, not retirees and resignations? Your question was retire.
My question was retirees.
So we have 26 who are going to retire. We did have a few earlier in the year who have already retired and ended their service with us early, but we have 26 who are scheduled to retire at the end of the year.
Okay, and how many others have indicated that by the end of this school year they're moving on or doing something different?
Currently, we have 7 who are indicating that they're going to move on for a variety of reasons. And these are K through 12 staff. We do have a few early childhood education teachers and things that I don't have included in this number because they're not on this list.
Got it. How many, I don't see the bottom of the list, but I guess I could look here. How many people are on, how many positions are on this list? I think it's 46?
46.3?
So is it feasible that the combination of retirees, people who are moving on for some other reason, and teachers who are here with emergency credentials who aren't currently actively trying to get a credential, is it possible that we end up not really needing to pink slip somebody because there's a sufficient number of people leaving for other reasons or that aren't actively getting a credential as numbers of spots? I'm not saying this very clearly. I hope you know where I'm going.
I do know where you're going. I mean, yes, it is possible. Are they going to exactly line up with this list? Probably not, because we have a wide range of people doing things, right? Some of those 39 are special ed teachers. You know, we have retirees who are intervention teachers or adapted PE or, you know, I don't get to select who's going to retire, but it is possible, but you will still have spots that are not covered by those particular groups you've mentioned.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you. Do you have any data on the success of students in classrooms with credentialed teacher versus classrooms where there's a teacher who has an emergency credential?
We do. It's tricky in secondary because students have multiple teachers. So the comparative data that we have is in elementary school. When you pull growth data on MAP from the beginning of the year to the most recent MAP assessment, there is data that compares underqualified teachers to tenured teachers, and it does indicate that tenured teachers with their experience do move students more than less experienced teachers.
Okay, thank you. How many TOSAs do we currently have in the district? Teacher on special assessment, but you're probably...
So a TOSA is a teacher on special assignment. So we have 28 of them total. We have 11 in the curriculum and instruction. We have 7 that work with our new teacher project. So they work with any teacher who needs to have their credential cleared, which is a 2-year process. They also work with all 39 of our emergency permitted people to help them get along with the process and go through becoming a teacher, because most of them have never gone through any type of teacher program. We have 2 TOSAs that are full-time release for the union.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are listed as a TOSA, but yes, they fund themselves. We have 1 for special services, 3 for state and federal, and 4 technology TOSAs.
So it appears that we're not in a position where we need to be hiring new teachers. Because of that, can we eliminate the number of TOSAs?
Well, so there's 7 TOSAs that work specifically with our new teachers. So even if you are we still have probationary 1, probationary 2, you have to get a clear credential in the state of California within 5 years of receiving your preliminary credential. So they still have a number of them that they're processing and working with. Like I said, it's a 2-year process. So we still need, in that regards, the new teacher project, right? And then Claudia can speak to the other side of the house there.
Trustee Turley, that's actually a good question. That's one that in one of the resolutions that's coming forward around the Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development Department, part of that resolution is to reduce by 2 TOSAs.
Okay, thank you. In what ways do other districts train their teachers, whether it's new or existing teachers and we're bringing in new curriculum or coaching or whatnot? What are other ways that that's done besides TOSAs?
So that's actually something that we looked into, especially since we were looking at how we were going to restructure the CIPD department or division. Typically what would tend to happen is you have the remaining directors or coordinators would be the ones that would develop and lead the professional development with teachers. Other models that we've seen is doing what's called a trainer of trainer model. So we would have teachers who would be interested in becoming, like they've gone through, like for example, the letters training that's going on right now. If there are teachers that have gone through the first part of that training and are interested in becoming a trainer in the district, they could do that piece. And so then you could have a trainer at each site ready to work with the teachers.
Okay, thank you. If we make no changes and we just continue on the path that we're on right now, and we have our existing trajectory of declining enrollment, at what point do we get to or below the 3% reserve that we're required to have?
So I've been working on the next budget update, the second interim budget, which we will be bringing forward in March. So what we are seeing is actually a worsening condition than at first interim, which we saw in December. So here are some factors to consider. The first is our attendance rate has decreased since the P1 attendance data that we collect through December. So what's been happening in the community due to fears around immigration, we are seeing lower attendance. So the impact right now, if this continues through the P2 period, which is through April, is about, right now we're seeing about a $2 million reduction in each out year. So that's not just one time. That's $2 million each year. We also are seeing this year our special education revenues are coming in about $1.5 million less than we were projecting at first interim. And we are seeing first projections from our health and welfare that we are probably going to see closer to a 9 to 10% increase in our health and welfare premiums next year. Initially, we were projecting just 5%. So the problem is this. In 25-26, when we bring the budget forward, we are required by law, by education code, to bring 3 years, the budget year plus 2 subsequent years. So what will happen is at some point in 25-26, I'm not sure if it's going to be at adopted budget, first interim, second interim, We will not be able to meet our 3% minimum reserve in the third year out, which is 27, 28. One thing we also have to consider is right now in our budget, we don't have any negotiated increases budgeted in any of the years. We're still negotiating this year, so that's not included. So that will increase the ongoing deficit spending. So what I anticipate is at some point in next year, we will have a qualified budget. So what that means is the county will require us to come forward with a fiscal stabilization plan. So that means that as a community, we are going to have to make the same decisions that we're looking at now. The dollar amount, it will be greater because we're having to make those decisions all at one time, which is what we were trying to avoid. What we will see is if we can't, as a community, make those decisions by the next March 15th deadline, we will start to see cash flow issues probably in the 26-27 school year. And once we get cash flow issues, it doesn't matter if our fund balance shows that we can meet our 3% required reserve. That is an automatic negative certification. So if we don't pass anything tonight, we will have about until next March to now have to make double the reductions before we're heading into a negative certification likely. So it is, that is why we were trying to make these incremental reductions so it was not such a shock to the system.
Thank you. So I put these numbers together, which I'm sorry are a little bit small to read. I'm glad I have a piece of paper in front of me with the numbers. I took this off of the first interim and the projected 25, 26 and projected 26, 27. And I started off with, I think our reserve is 56 million. Is that about right?
In our unrestricted general fund, yes.
Okay, thank you. So by the end of this fiscal year, which is June 30th, 2025, I think we have deficit spending for this fiscal year of about 31 million, which means our $56 million reserve is reduced to about 24, almost 25 million.
So part of that looks like you may be including possibly the restricted side as well.
I included both sides.
Both sides. Mm-hmm. So on our restricted side, the deficit spending is planned because we got multiple one-time block grants that are tied to multi-year spending plans. So when we're looking at when we're analyzing where a district is going, the focus is usually on the unrestricted side because that is the side that funds our general education program.
Okay, I was looking at the whole picture and I'm going to continue that. Can you go to the next slide, please? So I like to look at pie charts because they make things easier for me when I'm just looking at rows and rows of numbers that don't always become clear to me. Are you hungry? Oh, because you're looking at my pie. Okay. So the pie on the left shows us landing the plane with expenses of $388 million. If you start at midnight or start at 12, and go down to about, I guess that's 4. That first piece of pie is our certified employees. The next section, the prettier blue, I think it's prettier blue, is our classified. And the lighter blue is our benefits. So that's our people. Just roughly looking at that, that looks like 75%. Then the rosy or kind of pinkish shades are encompassed of, the first one is materials and supplies, the second piece services and others, and the final one capital outlay. As you move into the next year, you'll see that the pink section has been reduced by about 60 million, and especially the benefits piece grows. And at that stage, we're probably around, maybe because of some changes that Jenny talked about, somewhere around 718,000 is all we have left in our reserve. Then if you go to the final piece, it stays about the same, which isn't exactly what I expected when I first started doing this. I assumed that there would be larger increases in benefits than what I'm seeing in that piece. Can you go to the next slide, please? I'm really just trying to show Gabe that I actually have some computer skills because he's been doubting me. So the first section of blue, green, and red, that's this year. And again, that's based on the first interim, not the preliminary second interim. The blue is our reserve. That's $56 million. The green is what we're bringing in this year. And again, that's the combination of restricted and unrestricted. And the red is what we're spending. That looks like deficit spending to me of something like $31 million. We go into the next year. Our reserve is about half what it was, a little bit less. We're still in deficit spending, and the final year in the projection, we're still at deficit spending. I don't think that's a very pretty picture, and I'm scared. And I know you're all great people doing great work, and I don't want to see any changes in what you're doing, and I don't want to see anything happen that's affecting our kids. But this is frightening to me. And I think it's frightening to Jenny, who spends an awful lot of time, especially in the middle of the night, thinking about these numbers and what else could be done. I did have one other question as I'm looking at this. When a budget was presented, a 3-year budget, including this year and the next 2 years, to the County Office of Ed, it was approved by them as, I forget the correct term, but it's an everything looks okay for 3 years kind of a budget.
So at first interim, the county office did approve our positive certification, which essentially means that we are able to meet the required 3% reserve in all 3 years.
And what has changed? Because that's not what I'm seeing on here.
So, so right now what we're seeing is the budget for 24-25, the 2 out years are 25-26, 26-27. So that shows that we are able to meet the required 3% in the current year multi-year projection. When we bring forward the 25-26 budget for the first time, so next school year's budget, we are going to see 27-28 for the very first time as part of our multi-year projection. That is the year where we are likely not to meet our 3% reserve. And I'm going to kind of bring us back to the purpose of being required by Ed Code to have a multi-year projection. So we are required to have a multi-year projection. This was part of Assembly Bill 1200, and it was because there were school districts that were heading into fiscal insolvency across the state. So AB 1200 was created to essentially force districts to start looking into the out years and start making appropriate decisions, strategic decisions before we got to that point. So what I want to implore to the board and to the community is these cuts are absolutely heartbreaking. They are not something that any of us have taken lightly, but what we have right now is a gift with the multi-year projection of being able to see this is what's heading down the line. Let us make strategic decisions as a community so that we are not having to make decisions when we are qualified and having to do all this in 1 year, so that we are not having a negative certification like what happened at Live Oak, where they had to have essentially FCMAT come in. That was devastating. So if we are not using the tools at our disposal, that is where we are going to head.
Thank you. And I'm done with questions. Now I just have a couple of conclusions that from conversation with you and from the digging that I've done. We can't afford classrooms that are only half full. Uncredentialed teachers are not serving our children well. And if anyone in here is an uncredentialed teacher, go get your credential. You can do it simultaneously while you're working. And I know that's not easy, but I think it's really important. Perhaps the board would consider continuing the retirement bonuses, even if, well, we did get to the 30, so let's forget that question or comment. We have a lot of work to do. I think most of us up here, and certainly all of you, have talked about the need to evaluate what's happening in this building. Who's here? What do they do? We spend on debt service for this building $1,127,000 a year, and we've got 10 years left to pay on it. If we were able to restructure our schools and end up with a vacant campus or two, is it feasible to move the people who are in the towers there? The one thing I haven't really figured out is the great kitchen that's in this space and where that would go and how that would be accommodated. And back to downsizing classes, or not classes, but schools, and combining and workforce housing on some of those sites. I think probably most of the school sites should not be sold because maybe we keep declining and we plateau, and we don't want to have to bring a bunch of portables onto the sites that we kept. But not having to run those schools is a savings, I believe. So I'm hopeful, just as my friend Jessica is, that in the next cycle, we're addressing, reducing from the top, not just the kinds of things that we're looking at right now. And I'm also hopeful that we continue addressing our declining enrollment, and lost revenue can be accomplished with the measures that we're talking about with the towers. But I feel strongly that we also need to adopt this resolution that we're looking at right now. And I'm hopeful that we end up not having to actually let anybody go except for the people who don't have credentials, sorry. And that won't be as painful as it might have been if we hadn't made the offer and if there weren't people willing to retire at this stage. I will promise you that even though I'm going to vote for this, even if it fails, I won't vote for another one of these unless we've done that top to bottom study on what's happening in the towers.
Now we got time.
I don't think we have time. And I'd also like to, my very last thing I'm going to say to my friend Joy, talking about what's happening on the federal level, I hope the state of California follows the lead of the governor of Maine. Keep our taxes here so we can backfill whatever we're not getting from the federal government.
Thank you, Trustee Turley. I agree with everything you said. I would like to also bring up, you brought up a lot of the points I was going to bring up, but class sizes, one of the stats that we looked at was, is it beneficial to have, 17? What are the academic outcomes for a class that has 17 versus a class that has, 30? And there was no great improvement. So that's stats. This is data. So we have to be smart with what we are given. I agree that, California does not give us enough. And that's something that we all, as well as you guys, should be reaching out to our governor and all the way to DC to ask, to be funded better. But also, I look forward to the day when these board meetings are focused on our student achievement and what we can do to bring more students to our district. Our superintendent has some amazing ideas that are going to make our schools look appealing to all those who are choosing to go outside of our district. But unfortunately, for the last 10 months of her time here, she's been having to focus on our budget. And to bring it back tonight again, I mean, it's just countless nights and weekends and everything. And so I wholeheartedly will support this. I don't believe, we are doing our district any justice if we're staffing classrooms with no students in them. So, Trustee Medina, we have, if we leave our staffing as is, we will not have enough students. We have We are projected to lose another 600 students from this year to next.
Thank you. Jenny, would you say that projections are equal to assumptions?
So when we're creating a budget, we use projections and planning factors based on the best known information we have both at the federal, state, and local level.
So it wouldn't account for, let's say, we reduce the work week, millennials start having babies, and we get more numbers coming into the district. Do any of you, have you ran a positive projected budget in case that we do see an increase?
So one of the things that we look at are projections from the Department of Finance that incorporates things like birth rates. So right now, the latest information that we have, and they are looking at things like birth rates, is Santa Cruz County is projected to see, they're saying anywhere from 16 to 18% continued enrollment decline through the next decade. We have seen 18% enrollment decline since, I believe, the 2013-14 school year. So that is definitely a factor that is very important.
Okay, and you said Santa Cruz County. What about Monterey?
Monterey County is not as projecting a big decrease, but it is also in, I believe, in the top 10 counties seeing a decline within the state because of the location that we're in.
Okay, got it. So, all right, cool. And then I kind of want to direct us over towards the arts. And I would love to go just down the line for the cabinet. And this is a yes or no question. Do any of you have a background in arts education or been professionally trained in the 2019 California Visual and Performing Arts Standards? And we'll start with you, Claudia. Yes or no?
Self-trained.
Self-trained. I'll take that as a no. Okay.
Because that's part of my job is to self-train myself.
Got it. But you didn't get the official standard done. So is that a yes or no? Cool. Next.
I am a chief business officer, so no.
No, right? Okay, let's go.
No.
No.
I'm a classified director, so no.
Okay.
No.
No. So we got a self-taught person and we got a few no's. Do you think that you all are capable of making decisions without involving Stephanie Monroe, seeing that you don't have the proper training to address the arts education?
So I'm not sure why we're talking specifically about Stephanie Monroe. If you had looked at the reorganization that we brought forward on the resolution that's coming up, I can talk more about that at that time.
Is that the next one that's coming up?
I believe it's the last one.
It's the last one? Cool. Get ready for those questions, Claudia. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn? Oh, sorry.
I wanted to thank Trustee Turley for the time and effort you put into that presentation. I felt like it was really informative and answered a lot of questions that I had. Yeah, that was. I'm really taken aback by the contention on the board. It's been something that I've witnessed over the last few meetings that I've watched, and then yesterday, and it makes me sad because I have so much respect for every person on here, especially Trustee Navarro and you as well. The perspectives and the lived experience I find a lot of value about, and I feel like moving forward, if there is some way that there can be maybe less, I guess, jabs and some sort of, I don't know if it's in closed session or something, because I feel like it's a stumbling block for us moving forward, because both of you have so much to bring to the table. Trustee Navarro, the things that you said, there were a lot that I agree with, and there was a lot in there that I did not agree with, respectfully. And Yeah, Trustee Medina, you always have great insight as well. It's just, it's hard to I feel like maybe a kid between two parents because I want to, I really want to agree with both of you and have unity. And I hope that can at some point come. It's upsetting to me if you can tell the conflict when I would like for us to be a team. I'd like to move on to talking about the arts a little bit more because the VAPA and the CTE is something that keeps coming up. And so, again, in an effort to bring this forward and maybe make different adjustments, I need to better understand the impact of the loss of these teachers. And given the presentation that Trustee Turley gave, would those positions potentially be filled? I'm still trying to understand how this works. I remember talking about supplanting not being an option because go ahead.
So yes, you're right. Supplanting is not an option. So what happens is there's annual allocations that are given to sites. It's based on the number of students. Each year, that number can fluctuate because, again, it's based on the number of students. So with that, you have to look at what the base is, and what we're talking about base is that teacher to student ratio. So like, for example, speaking directly about, because the VAPA teachers listed up here come up a lot, so to address those. So those were reduced based on when administrators were building their master schedules. For example, I'll talk about the high school ones. So when they build those master schedules, they're looking at the number of students they have in the grade levels. They're looking at the number of sections that are needed for all of the core classes. And VAPA is one of those core because it is a graduation requirement. And then they're also looking at what the number of students have been typically in those classes across the board. So that's where the decisions to make those reductions came in. Now, with those reductions, could they potentially be brought back? Sure, because they are skilled. They have definitely credentials that we could be using to expand programs above the base. So when we look at that, that's so what the supplanting would be if we said we're going to keep them there and then we're going to just fund them with Prop 28. That would be the supplanting piece. We want to be strategic also about how we're using our Prop 28 funds. So one of the things that I've been working with some other of our districts is looking at how are they building out their programs and looking at how, like, for example, what is being offered at high schools, and then what are we doing at middle schools to prepare or build their VAPA skills for what classes are being offered at their high school, and then looking at what can be offered at elementary. Right now, what we've done for the past, like last year and this year, we got rolling really quickly. And so I don't think that we've had as thoughtful of a plan as we could. So that's one of the shifts that we need to start to look at. And then where we're building those programs out, that's where we can create those additional positions that can get paid for through Prop 28.
Okay, yeah, I have another question. Go ahead.
Cool. Did you work with Stephanie on that?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
Well, the working with the other districts? No, I did not work with her. I've been working as my job as Assistant Superintendent of CIPD. That was my job to do that research.
Got it. And what's Stephanie Monroe's role again?
She is the VAPA coordinator. She is the one who has been working with the site administrators on helping to develop which disciplines that they want to have at their site after they've worked with their school site councils to decide what the community is asking for at the sites.
Okay. And, I got some data, and it was really interesting to see that a lot of the students that actually entered the music program were doing a lot better academically.
I agreed, 100%.
That's great.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
to see that some of these cuts to our VAPA teachers, when we know through science that arts help. So
I 100% agree with you,
Yeah.
Gabriel. Trustee Medina, excuse me. But that doesn't mean, again, even though they're getting cut here, that doesn't mean that we're not going to have other opportunities to bring those, specifically the VAPA teachers, back, because we do need to expand our programs at other sites, at all of our sites, actually. So they could be brought back. It might not be in the exact site or in the exact course that they're teaching right now, but we definitely have opportunities to bring them back. We already have positions that are opening for the fall. I've been meeting with principals. I know Stephanie sat with me on some of those meetings, and then she even led some of them on her own, so that we could start to talk to them about what is their plan for next year, what is the discipline that they want to move into, what is potentially the FTE that they could cover with their Prop 28 funds that would be sustainable all the way out to 27, 28. So they're already putting those positions in. I've already worked with HR, so we are looking at those to see where potentially we can bring our VAPA teachers back.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Can I get Brandon or Nellie to come up and speak on behalf of labor for this? Yeah, Nellie, my big question is, how is this going to impact our students and our teachers?
Well, it's going to impact our students by not having that certificated teacher available to them. You're going to maximize on your class sizes. I do understand that there are some classes that might only have 17. A question, actually, I think that's really important for you all to maybe ask and know. Did that data of those class sizes that are around 17, did that also include Renaissance and New School?
No, I took out the charters and our alt-ed.
Thank you.
And then I also looked for, as much as I can, there's a lot of, and the ELD and the SEDI as well.
Yeah.
I also tried to find in the tricky places where there are two classes within one class period, specifically around CTE and
Which actually shouldn't be happening. That was something that we as a PVFT and the district have battled over the years, and it's, you don't combine video 1 and video 2, or video 2 and a video 3 in one class. That's not really serving the students. So it is, when you are playing with people's emotions and giving them a layoff and saying, but at least you can apply for unemployment and you'll be on the 39-month rehire list, it's good. And it's a little bit alarming with our Prop 28 funds. I mean, I understand what your strategy is. But Prop 28 monies, it's under the direction of the school site. So what I'm then also hearing is then that the district will be directing the school sites how to use. So that's what it sounds like when you have a specific VAPA teacher, a specialized VAPA teacher in an area where you want to utilize some of the Prop 28 monies to reemploy them.
So the district, we are not at the district level saying where the teachers are going to go. What we are doing at the district level is we're working with the administrators, asking them what their site is wanting. They're putting the requisitions in, so that bank is building up right now. So when those jobs get open and posted, then the VAPA teachers will be able to see what's out there. That's what we're doing. We are not saying, oh, you came from this high school, this is your credential, so therefore you must go over here. That is not what we're doing.
So when we have a vacancy in our district, the district can choose to fill it or not. But in the process of a vacancy, they have to post it. That is a requirement. They'll post it, and anybody can hire. In our contract, what we have is if you are a current employee and you're interested in a position, then you can apply, and it's not like, you don't have to provide all the references and all that other stuff that another person from out of the district would be providing. But it's still, you're in this pool. And so there's like this not a guarantee, because you are still going to go through an interview process. as per what we have in contract and as per the expectations of, what we would expect of any employer is putting up, posting a job. So there is, one, we still believe that this is not necessary, that we can work through attrition. Your first interim is positive rating. And so you have really next year, because we're at the end of February, and between retirements and resignations, around 43 that haven't already, like I took out the people that already retired or resigned this year. And then you're going to have all the others that are going to be submitting their resignations and retirements, in the next coming months. So you're creating, this is a layoff notice. It's not really, hey, we're wanting to right size. That is called the displacement process, and that's what we have laid out in contract. And that's what I have been talking about for months now. We rely on the vacancies that are created, and that if those vacancies are going to be refilled. That's another important aspect of this process. Just because somebody leaves a position doesn't mean that position is going to be filled. That's never a guarantee. So in this displacement process, we rely on we have teachers who are also on the non-reelect list. And so they're having to make a decision on how they're going to address that. Are they going to get the non-reelect? And you'll get that list next week at the board meeting. And that is not included in the retirement resignation number. So we have people who are going to be non-reelected. We have people who are retiring, who we already know who are retiring, and people that are still telling me I'm going to retire, but I'm not going to put in my retirement just yet. And then the people that are already looking for another job, because it's expensive to live here. And so they're looking to move somewhere more affordable. So those are the things that are still in waiting, and that is what has served us as the PVFT, the representative of our certificated membership staff, that then in April we work with Human Resources, and on average we've had just over 100 retirement resignations every year. So it provides cabinet and school sites the opportunity to go, okay, this is how we're going to downsize. And then at sites, and we deal with this again every spring, and it's very emotional for our teachers at sites, because sometimes they've been at sites for many years, and then somebody has to be the tribute, or it goes by seniority, that they're going to be displaced from their school site. And then there's this list that is created of here are all the teachers now that need to be displaced in our district, and here are all the vacancies that have been created due to retirements and resignations and non-reelects. And so here is, we know what the certification of these, how they're credentialed and where it all matches. So there is already this process, and everybody is, they're not going through the emotional roller coaster of, I just got pink slipped, and I don't know that there is this absolute guarantee, like, oh, I heard it at a board meeting, because maybe if I'm a VAPA teacher, I might be able to get into one of those slots, but there's a process for that. And so again, it's this idea, or this way that you're trying to get yourself to believe that this is okay. This is okay because they can get unemployment. This is okay because they can get rehired. And that's not okay. It's not okay when we talk about mental health, and we already talk about how crushing it is to live in this county with low pay. And you're struggling to either find an affordable place or just, eat an affordable meal somewhere. So for you all to be told, oh, but this is what always happens. You know what? It does, but not through this process. And those other districts, when we look at FCMAT and the districts that are in trouble, we're not there. We're years away from that. So you have next year to have this conversation and not blindside the stakeholders. in this community.
Thank you, Nellie. And then Brandon, did you want to add something during my time?
Yeah, I did, and I appreciate you calling us.
I would like to reclaim my time. Thank you.
I've been
I'll
told
keep
that.
this really fast. So we submitted a demand to bargain to the district on Wednesday.
Hold on 1 minute,
Can you wait 1 minute?
If you give me 1 minute to speak when you're
No,
done.
hold on 1 minute, Brandon.
If you're just going to tell me to go sit back down, then I'm going to keep going.
Brandon.
Keep going, Brandon. This is my
No,
time. This is my
Hold on, Trustee
time.
Medina, just a minute, please. Actually, Olivia, Trustee President Flores is the only one who would call someone, and this is not a time when we call people from the public to speak.
If we look at our board policy, we actually could allow the board to speak on items that we have questions about. That is policy, and I could recite you that policy right now.
We're taking longer than the point that I was
Exactly.
gonna make. Real
Can you
short.
continue? Thank
All
you.
I was going to say is that we have had a vote at Pajaro Valley High School to approve a 7-period bell schedule, which should trigger negotiations. We submitted a demand to bargain on that negotiations last Wednesday. And not only have we not gotten an invitation to bargain, the district hasn't even acknowledged receipt of that demand to bargain letter. When we look at this resolution and we see high school positions on this resolution, and we have an inequity in our district where Aptos High School has a 7-period bell schedule, Watsonville High School has a 6-period bell schedule with this flex time, we shouldn't be right sizing, we should be fair sizing. And instead of laying these people off, why don't we move them to PV High School and give PV High School a 7-period bell schedule? Because I believe that there are opportunities to do more justice for our students. And I even think like the flex period at Watsonville High, we lose students at the high school level. It's not just the kindergarten level. To have a period where students get to choose which class they want to go with, that they can self-direct their own learning and their own research, I think there's power in that. And I just thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to wrap it up. But I do believe that there's room to negotiate and fair size our district following our collective bargaining agreement and bring greater equity across our high schools.
Thank you.
With our declining class sizes, though, our budget is going down. So I don't know
You
how we
keep
can
on describing declining enrollment. Where are your solutions? That's what I don't hear. You are look at, I'm going to give you some solutions right now. Okay, you ready for this? Look at this. Why don't we energy efficiency, upgrading LED lights, installing solar panels, and improving HVAC, reducing administrative costs, streamlining central office positions, consolidating roles or adjust management structures can lower overhead expenses without affecting compliance, optimizing bus routes, because guess what? Our bus routes get canceled all the time. So adjusting school transportation routes, reducing can you please let me talk? Thank you. And leveraging grants and partnerships, shared services, partnering with other districts or local agencies to share resources like professional development, technology infrastructure, or bulk purchasing agreement, reducing paper use, moving to digital communication, online forms, and electronic textbooks, can reduce printing and paper costs, rethinking facility use, renting out unused space in school buildings for community events, adult education programs, or local organizations, purchasing cooperatives. Schools can save money by joining purchasing cooperatives, programs that allow districts to buy supplies, technology, and food in bulk, maximize attendance. Since funding is often tied to average daily attendance, efforts to reduce absenteeism through positive engagement strategies can bring in more state funds without increasing cost. Using open education resources, adopting free high-quality online textbooks and instructional material instead of purchasing from traditional publishers. Community-funded initiatives, establishing education foundation or parent-teacher association that can raise funds for arts, music, and mental health programs while ensuring transparency. Reevaluating facility maintenance costs, conducting a review of maintenance contracts to identify cost savings without sacrificing safety, upkeep, or violating state facility requirement. There you go. There
a lot
you go.
of those we are actually doing.
There you go.
Including the site. I mean, you listed them off so quickly. I wrote down a few. Site fees we do. We do actually rent our sites on weekends. So we are utilizing that. We have an amazing attendance campaign that has increased our attendance. So we are doing a lot of what you're asking us to do, but none of this is going to solve the problem we have right now. Those are long-term goals that we are going to implement.
I was told by a very wise philosophy professor who said, losers will always say, this is the way it has been done. And winners will say, we need to change this. How could we make it better with our constituents? And I abide by that very wholeheartedly.
That is exactly what we're trying to do here. Our district has done what Nellie had come up and said, how we did it through attrition. That's what our district has done for years. We have a new superintendent here that was baffled that we've never done it this way, which is how many districts do it. And so we are trying to change things up because our district is struggling, and it has been struggling since 2019. We have to do something.
And that's when you were on the board, correct? So why didn't you take those actions?
I was not on the board then.
What about the previous board? Why didn't you guys take those actions to actually address this?
We didn't see this coming until Mr. Scheckman brought it to our attention. And Jenny M is who I recall bringing it to our attention. And from that moment on, we have been doing things. And the district, last year through attrition and the district DO, everyone keeps talking about DO, 1.2 million was cut. So we are doing stuff. And if you think of percentages, like put the DO classified certificate, look at it as a percentage, they are doing, like Jessica was saying, we'd like to see a little bit, everyone is pulling their weight. We can't expect it all to come out of one or the other. It's a percentage thing as well, and I do believe the DO is covering their percentage of their cuts.
I just don't think you guys are being creative enough and looking at other solutions. That's why I have an issue with this.
I love your ideas, Gabe, and I think once we implement them, we will start seeing the fruition of that, but we're not going to see it right away. It's going to take time. And you do have some brilliant ideas. I don't know, you had mentioned the 4-day class. I, as a parent, would love that. There are a lot of parents who couldn't do that. We would have that 5th day where we would still have to have something for our students because parents work.
Well, guess what? I got a plan for that because Cabrillo College has a child development program, and so does CSUMB. If we are actually to partner with them, they could provide not only child care, but they could come in and allow the teachers to actually have a period where they could do their damn work.
So I said,
that's what we need to start looking at.
These are great ideas that we will look into. It's not something that's going to fix our problem right now, though.
Daniel, student trustee Esqueda, would you be incentivized, or students, if you had the right to vote in our elections, do you think that would motivate you and others to come to school more?
I think it's kind of a subjective question because a lot of people choose to be engaged, but others don't. I think in terms of voting, people would be more civically engaged. But I think, what was the question exactly? If they're I guess it's a really subjective question because, for me, I would, but others, I know I have some friends that maybe won't because they don't like going to school in general. So I think it's kind of subjective on the person.
I like that. What would make those friends of yours want to come to school?
This is actually a discussion that we've had with our superintendent student advisory, but that's currently what we're working on because we're looking at different possible avenues. We're currently discussing with Claudia about redeveloping our curriculum. So what is PVUSD going to be known for? And I think there's like a big combination of different aspects in order to encourage students to come to our district. So I think that's something that we're currently working on. But I feel, that's a difficult question to ask, but there's a lot that we're also talking about, like a homework policy, and there's a lot, but I hope that kind of answered.
Thank you. Yeah, and I want you to know too, your voice really matters in this conversation because it's going to directly impact students. So if you have something that you want to say, please be vocal about that, okay? Awesome. Thank you, Daniel.
Trustee Flynn.
Thank you for the robust conversation. And yes, the ideas are brilliant. I am concerned that they don't address everything immediately, but I would love to partner with you however I can moving forward to make those things come to fruition. And so coming back to the immediacy of kind of what I had talked about before, concerns about most likely a lack of funding from the state and the federal government, and addressing declining enrollment. Something has to be done. I wanted to bring this back in front of you today to look at, to answer, to get questions answered. Trustee Turley's presentation was really, really helpful for me. Kind of going back to the arts, something that somebody had texted me, today, is if new art teachers are laid off, do the funds return to the Prop 28 funds return to the school to spend on hiring? And what's the plan to allow for site spending while proposing layoffs to some content areas? I didn't fully understand the question.
I was just going to say, can we break that question up a little bit? I need to rehear that.
Yeah.
So let me think about what you said about the first part. So if
these
a
are
new
questions
VAPA
that are
teacher,
coming to me from
get it.
constituents, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the first part of what you said is if a new VAPA teacher is laid off, then would the Prop 28 money go back to the site? Okay, so if it's a new teacher funded by Prop 28, that teacher would need to be paid for their time working, so it's not like there would be money to go back. But keep in mind that the schools are getting money annually, so they would continue to have. And Prop 28 is a blessing right now. So that we need to take advantage of that. If they've worked, they need to be paid, so there wouldn't be money to go back into a pot.
Yeah, I didn't understand the question, but I felt it important that I...
What's that? Oh, okay, so Mike's bringing up, what if they didn't work as much as was allocated? So they get paid for the time that they work. If, let's say new teachers there and we're saying, okay, well, we budget out for, the 3 years of that annual allocation, they don't work those 3 years, then any money not paid to the teacher stays in that site's budget.
And they have a certain amount of time in which they can use it?
They do. For every allocation, it has to be spent within 3 years.
Okay, how is that going?
So right now, we have, and I can actually tell you, 1 second. Most of our sites are actually in green in terms of being able to spend all of their money, their first allocation of money, by the end of next year. We have, and this is an old one, we have one site who we're still working with, and that's one site that has quite a bit of carryover that we're looking at how we're building out their particular program to be able to spend it down. With conversations with them, once we fill those positions that they're going to be putting in, then they should be able to spend it down by the time the 3 years rolls around.
Okay.
Which would be, first allocation is end of next school year.
I have a question. I'm just having a hard time putting it together in my head as it pertains to the VAPA teachers and a previous part of the conversation that we had around supplanting. Yeah, please.
So I tried to do my research from Prop 28 because I knew there was a lot of things I didn't know. So I learned that if you had a teacher, let's say an English teacher at Watsimo High, who was interested in creating their English class into a theater script class.
Correct.
Then they would be able to be paid through Prop 28 money. Is that true?
That is true if it's on top of, it would be considered additional sections over what they had before, yes.
So they wouldn't be able to do like half theater writing and the other half regular English?
They could.
Okay.
Yeah. They could, depending on what the need is from the kids, they could have more than one section for sure.
Okay. Have we offered that?
I know Stephanie's been working really hard with the sites about trying to talk to English teachers about that point with the theater piece, also PE teachers around dance, because that's another one that works very similar to that. So she has been working really hard on that piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I asked that too because as a social studies teacher, I did a lot of visual art.
Yep.
Right? But I was never, this was never something that was offered that I knew about, right? So I'm wondering how many teachers would jump at that opportunity, and then we wouldn't have to pay them through regular budget. We would pay them through Prop 28.
It would be, well, we'd have to be, okay, that's where I was going. Thank you. So we do have to be careful with that piece because like she said, there does need to be credentialing involved in that. And what you're talking about, like if we just had a social studies teacher who was doing and integrating the visual arts piece, that's not necessarily a VAPA course, right? So it would still need to be considered a VAPA course for it to count.
Okay.
And then that's how we could fund through Prop 28. So there's some, that's where the Prop 28 piece can get a little tricky because we do have to pay attention to the credentialing.
So then the PE teacher would essentially need to have a dance credential.
Yes, and we are also looking at, so when I'm talking about long-term sustainability with using the Prop 28 funds, one of the things that we need to be looking at is how are we helping teachers who don't have the proper credentials, who want to do VAPA work, how can we help them? So those are like, if you look at Hayward Unified, for example, they have a really strong program there. And they have worked with, they started off super strong. So they're a great role model to look at. And their first year that they began using their Prop 28 funds, one of the first things they did was work with their human resources department and local colleges to figure out how they can get support for teachers who wanted to do credentialing.
Could we do that this summer?
That's what I'm trying to look into to see how soon we can get that going. Yeah, for sure. The other thing to add is because when I'm trying to create this bigger picture plan, I'm also looking at not just what are we doing during the day, because again, Prop 28 can cover things that's above base. So that also includes opportunities after school and before school. As long as it's happening at the site, we have the credentialed VAPA people working it, those are other opportunities for our students. I know that there's been the whole piece about equity, and those of you who, I know there's teachers out there who have worked with me and know me as a person, they know that equity is extremely important to me. All 4 of my kids are either in schools right now in this district or have graduated. I have multiple nieces and nephews in basically 80% of our schools. So instruction, opportunities of any kind in this district is extremely personal for me. So again, I'm trying to think how outside of the box can we go to build the VAPA program. So I want to be super, super clear to the public that VAPA is not going away at all. In fact, I want it to get bigger because, Trustee Medina, you're right. The data does show that VAPA does help with the other content area instruction. I see it at home with my kids. I saw it with myself. VAPA has been something that's super strong in my family. My grandfather was a famous sculptor in Mexico, so much so that when he passed away, his death was on the news in the United States. And that has been not just sculptor, but painters. I have artists. Oh my God, I'm spacing. It's starting to get late. Anyways, thank you. Sketch artists. We have musicians in the family. So VAPA is, again, it is something that I find is very, very important, and I don't want it to go away. So I want to be very clear because I know there's the rumors that are out there that I'm trying to get rid of it.
And then my other question is, I would like us to involve Stephanie a lot more, only because, so I work for a nonprofit that focuses on helping adults and children create careers out of the creativity. What we've realized is artists are very unique where if they don't know you, right, there's not much of that bridging, right? And I've seen it with my students. They will go out and volunteer if I ask them, but if anybody else asks them, they're not gonna do it, right? Because of that trust. So I would even would like to volunteer to do this outreach, right?
Yep.
But I want to see it, and I want to see actual artists doing this outreach. For example, Stephanie, who's already out there doing it, because we know where to look and we know how to get them, right?
Yep.
Not to take over anything, but to help.
Right, and we
so
need
that
to
we don't have this.
Right, we need to have a bigger committee on it. So one of my action plans for this next semester is to put that together. I've already formulated the visionary network, so that's where what Daniel was talking about earlier, where we're looking at just overarching instruction.
Yeah.
But we do need to get specifically around Prop 28 funding, a committee going. So I will definitely let you know when we start that.
Yeah.
Because we do need to have. I have upcoming meetings with some of our other community partners this week and next week to start talking about that and what are some opportunities that we can do with Jen through expanded learning as well, so we can keep that going. So in terms of Stephanie, I'm not quite sure what you mean by involved for more, because she is the one heading that up.
Yeah.
So is there something specific on?
My thing is I know that when I do outreach, right, it is a bigger impact when you yourself are part of that community. Right. So that's why I'm saying that, because I know she is part of that community.
Yeah.
And I know that those classes will go from 17 to 25.
Right.
Right. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because if there's more artists who can recognize other artists, they'll feel like, oh yeah, I want to do this class because you told me about it. Not because some counselor was like, oh yeah, you should take that.
No, and we do need to have training with our counselors as well. So it's a whole bigger system piece around how do we put those pieces into place for our students.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought that other piece up in terms of, so yes, we are looking at how are we going to be training our counselors at the high schools as well to help them build that. And darn it, there was something else I wanted to piggyback on, because I was actually writing about that last week when I was looking at building out a master plan, which again, side note, I was planning on bringing that to you guys in April. So it is in the works and it is coming. So you'll get that bigger picture all the way out through 2028.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
So I just had a couple quick things. And Joy, I really appreciate your sentiments, because I too would like to work together as a functioning team. I've noticed that I get personally attacked a lot, and you and I are both appointed trustees, yet I'm the only one that really gets attacked. So that feels personal, and I've been trying to let it roll off my back, but it gets hard. I also think that Gabe has a lot of great ideas, and he and I actually have a lot in common, but unfortunately he hasn't actually taken the time to get to know me. I understand the stress of the pink slip, and Nellie, I hope that you didn't think that I was flippant. I didn't say anything about applying for unemployment. What I was saying is this is something that actually is pretty typical, and unfortunately just how this works, that you have to notify people by March 15th about layoffs. If they could go until June, when we actually knew how many people were retiring, that would make a lot more sense. But unfortunately, these are just the rules that we have to follow. I really care about this district. I have students in this district. I see our achievement, and we can hopefully only go up. I also think that arts are really important. One of my best friends is the VAPA coordinator for her district, and I'm learning as much as I can about Prop 28, and I'm really excited about the ideas that you're bringing forth. And I'm hoping that we can increase the student enrollment in those sizes. But unfortunately right now, like just the one site I went to, I was looking at the numbers, and there's classes that could be consolidated. It doesn't take much to look below the covers on that one. And in that regard, I am going to move to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Do we have any other discussion, or are we ready for a vote? Trustee Medina?
Trustee Navarro, you're a Gemini, correct? We'll get there. Libras and Geminis take some time, but we will get there, okay? Just letting you know that. It's in the cards.
Thank you.
Best friends with Gemini. We hated each other when I started talking to her.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. Okay, so I have a first and a second to approve Resolution 242521. Can I have a roll call vote, please, Eva?
Trustee Turley, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
President Flores, your vote?
Yes. And that motion passes 4-1. Okay. And now I will move us on to item 4.4, Resolution 24-25-22, reduction of particular kinds of classified employee services for the 2025-2026 school year based on the need for right sizing due to overstaffing. Report will be presented by Claudia Monjaras, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction.
Again, I'm just going to start with the introduction on the resolution, and then Claudia can move on to the presentation. So good evening again, Angelica Renteria, the fourth time. Resolution number 242522 is also based on the need for right sizing, and this is for classified positions, as supported by Education Codes 45101, 45114, 45117, 45298, and 45308.
Okay. So I know there were questions about instructional assistants. I just want to call out a little bit around, I know at the last board meeting, there was a question around the number of them and the impact that it was having on our classrooms. So, oh, why is it doing that, Sylvester? Okay, no, okay. Pushing the wrong button. I'm awake. All right, here we go. I'm going to kind of skip the beginning and just get to the meat of this because I know we're looking at, it's 9 o'clock already. So, all right, I wanted to kind of explain where 7 of those positions that were brought forward last meeting, where those originated from. So back in 2023, we did not have very many classes that had, schools that had full-day kinder programs, which means kids were getting out of school around 11:30, 12 o'clock, 12:15. Whereas after school programs were starting when the full day was ending. So there's a gap of time in there where our kinders, if they were going to stay for after school, would not have somebody supervising them. This is also around the time that all the ELOP money came in, and we needed to have the extended 9-hour program for our students. So Jen Bruno, our executive director for expanded learning, she was really creative in being able to come up with a way to use some of those ELOP funds to fund IAs during that 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. part of the day, so that the kids would have continue to have education and enrichment during that time, and then they would go into the after-school program part of the day for the rest of the afternoon. So that's where 7 of those positions, that's where they came from. So the other thing to think about is, because this was in 22-23, as more schools in 23-24 became full-day kinder classes, we didn't need as many of the IAs. So this is actually year 2 of this process. Last year, we actually went through this process before, and those sites that went full-day, we did reduce out those IA positions at that time because there were no students for them to supervise at that time. On this slide, I do want to call out 2 bullets here that are really, really important. And one of those is the second one there. So, because I called out already before, those positions were for the full day the non-full day TK and kinder classes. So the second bullet there, where it's calling out that the positions are being eliminated due to overlap with core instructional time. If we remember why or what the purpose of the ELOP funding is, we can't be funding staff during our core instructional day program. If we do that, we're violating the agreement or the what's the word I'm looking for? The requirements of the money. And if we violate that, we run the risk of losing millions of dollars from after school program. So that is why these 7 positions were identified, because as of fall of 2025, all of our schools will have full day TK and full day K. So those positions, we can't continue to legally fund those positions during the core instructional time. The retaining those is a cost of $392,900. And again, like it says in bullet number 3, we're risking that fiscal compliance, and we could potentially lose a lot of money. I mean, I know 392 sounds like a lot, but we would be risking millions more. So I just wanted to call those things out. Questions?
Thank you. Do we have any discussion from the board?
Oh, sorry.
Trustee Flynn.
Which way, Joy? Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to read the last bullet point. Thank you.
Okay. If we have no discussion, we could entertain a motion. We're missing a trustee. She's using the restroom, but I'm sure she'll be back before we get to the vote. I understand that with these positions, a lot of them have actually been moved on to another position already. So we're literally just
collapsing the
closing
positions.
it up and
Yeah, because of the
making
2-year, because of the 2-year process, a lot of those folks have already been shifted to other pieces. And I know-
ensuring that ELOP is
yeah.
not, in violation. That's huge.
It is huge.
That's huge, yeah. We do
And
not want to
we
risk.
need our ELOP funds.
Yes, we do not want to risk any of that.
President Flores.
Yes, sorry.
While we're waiting for Vice President Navarro, I want to thank the piece that I really agreed with Trustee Navarro about was, and I guess Murray, I hadn't met him till tonight, had shared.
Mr. Scheckman.
Yes, I hadn't met him till tonight. Just the sentiments that everybody has shared about your commitment, Jenny, and just how you really want to make this work. You've worked tirelessly with me, and so I just want to acknowledge that and really appreciate your commitment and your availability to all of us, really, just to share data. I'm data and stories. It's important to me, but I trust the data that you're giving me, and I trust that you want to hold this together. So I just wanted to say that while you were away. So,
thank you. So I will entertain a motion.
I move approval of this resolution.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve Resolution 24-25-22. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a first and a second. Eva, can I have a roll call, please?
Trustee Turley, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
President Flores, your vote?
Yes. And that motion passes 4-1. Thank you. I will now move us on to our last resolution, Resolution 4.5, 24-25-22, reduction of particular kinds of certificated employee services for the 2025-2026 school year based on the needs to restructure the curriculum and instruction department. Report will be presented by Claudia Monjaras, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction.
Again, I'm going to introduce the resolution and then we'll have Claudia do the presentation. Resolution 242523 for certificated positions. This resolution is based on the need to restructure the Curriculum and Instruction Division, and is also supported by Education Code 44955. The list of certificated positions that are considered for this resolution are listed as Exhibit A. And in order to improve student outcomes and to maintain a healthy budget, the district recommends your approval on this resolution.
Okay, you get me again. All right, so again, I'm going to jump to the meat of this. I'm putting this up here because I want to make sure that we're all speaking the same around what I mean by integration. So I know this is something that everybody or most people are pretty familiar with in how we integrated our ethnic studies graduation requirement and with multiple content areas. So if you're not familiar with it, just so you know, we do have courses, because ethnic studies is actually considered, you know, the loose term, it's a checkbox versus credits to graduate from high school. So because of that, we are able to integrate that into some of our English courses and actually have designated ethnic literature and study courses. And then we also were able to do the same in history. So we have dedicated like world history ethnic studies, US history ethnic studies. We have a foundation of ethnic studies, which is a 1-semester course. And then we also have our Art 1 ethnic studies. So it's helping kids satisfy those two things for graduation without them having to figure out a way to make that all fit. So I'd like us to just keep in mind when I'm talking about integration, this is where my brain is going when we're talking about that particular word. I also want to call out when we're looking at this that just because we did this integration with ethnic studies does not mean that we don't continue to have traditional English classes. We still have traditional world history and US history. We still have our traditional art classes, right? So those course opportunities for students don't go away, but we offer these for students who want to be able to go down this road with their learning. So with that, I want to also call out, because again, I know this has been a big discussion point. So that's why I'm focusing in on this piece. So all of our content areas have what's called a framework. It's California, they're all on our CDE websites if you really want to dig into a bunch of educational jargon. But our VAPA framework does actually call out 3 specific ways to do integration across content areas. That does not mean that we would go and do VAPA integration with all of our classes, and then we wouldn't continue to still have standalone VAPA courses, right? So I want to make sure I'm calling that piece out, because I don't want the misunderstanding to be that if we go down the road of collapsing director positions, that therefore we're just integrating all instruction and everything else is going away. That's not helpful for our students. So these are just different models of that. You heard me earlier talk about Hayward Unified and how they're looking at their programs and they're looking at their feeder patterns. So again, I'm sticking with the VAPA piece because I know there was a lot of questions around that. So this is an example of where I think we as PVUSD could move towards something like this. Now, would it have these exact courses? No, because we would need to look at what is the community asking for at each of the sites, right? So we do have that whole thing about the feeder schools, you know, elementary to middle to high. So we would need to start looking at our high schools. We need to build out the programs there, make them more robust. And then we're also at the same time, we're kind of aligning it with what's going on at the middle schools and what courses are offering there to better support students as they're going into the high school VAPA courses. And then again, looking at elementary, what is it that we're offering in elementary that standards, again, he left, but this goes back to the whole piece about the standards, right? Where we have to look at those pieces and how are those standards building through elementary, middle, and high so that our students are getting a comprehensive VAPA program through TK through 12. And again, this is just one content area out of all of them. But again, these are things that we need to be thinking about, right? They have a great example of a master plan that I think would be something that would be one of the examples I would love to be able to put in front of a VAPA committee that I was mentioning earlier, so that we can get really down into the nitty-gritty of where we want to go as a district. To do this, though, it can't just be one person working on it in curriculum and instruction. It has to be a team of people to do that. So this is our current structure. You'll see that executive director, expanded learning, that's Jen Bruno. All of the green ones are directors and coordinators. And then the yellows are the coaches. Now, the science coach position, the coach decided earlier on in the school year that she was going to go back into the classroom, so that position closed. But the other ones are still currently filled at this time. When we think about the impact that this type of structure has on our sites, when we're working with principals, and this is feedback that I've gotten from many principals and our assistant principals and our ACs, there's 5 people knocking on their door, each with their own plan. So they're having to keep up. And then how that trickles down to the classroom, principals and APs and ACs are being pulled in 5 different directions, which then they have to then put that pressure on teachers from 5 different directions. Right? So it's not the smoothest, most efficient setup that we have. In making the decisions on how to do this restructure, I was also looking at districts who have the similar number of students that we have, also similar populations to us, and how do they structure their CIPD divisions. And there's very few that have multiple content area people. Most of them are actually combined. Like, for example, our director of literacy and social studies, he has 2 different content areas, and that even doesn't do it justice because he's also ethnic studies and AVID, and he has quite a few things under there. That's just kind of like the nice, neat umbrella for him. But his position is more representative of what you see in districts with our population, our size and population. So what I'm proposing to do is to go this route. So what you'll see here is we still have there's still the director, and I just called out all the other things because I know there's questions sometimes of like who oversees ethnic studies, right? So I want to make sure that that got called out. But then we would also have a STEAM director. Underneath the director for literacy, et cetera, there's a coordinator for early literacy. And then under the STEAM director would be the VAPA coordinator because the A in STEAM is arts, right? Our instructional coaches, I've already actually started to work with them on we need to be kind of the jack of all trades, right? Because again, when we're thinking about our impact, and I'll go back to this, let me go back. When we think about our impact on the schools, look at how many different coaches in different content areas could potentially come at a multiple subject teacher, right? Nobody has time to work with 2 to 3 different coaches when they're probably already working on pretty much the same things, right? Help me in my classroom, help me with my lessons. So when we look at this version of it, this is where we're actually building out the capacity of our coaches to be able to support teachers. So there's that one contact point when they want to work with a coach. In that yellow box, you'll see a line that does say site-based because we do have 8 positions that are literacy grant funded. Those are actually assigned to specific sites. Those are grant funded positions, not general funds. And that grant, our first round of schools actually expires in spring 2027. And then the following year, the rest of the other 4 schools, that money goes away in 2028. And the folks that are in those positions do know that it's a grant funded position. So when the grant goes away, the positions go away. When we look at how we would use our coaches differently, this is where we're talking about, again, you'll see under K through 5, there's 3 of them there. Those folks would actually be assigned to designated schools. So it's not like multiple people coming into a site and then it's confusing as to who do I ask for help. Same thing with our instructional coaches in the 6th through 12th range. We would be actually assigning them particular sites. So they would be based at those sites, not here at the district office, but based at those sites so they can be in direct contact and accessibility for our teachers to support them. Yeah. So with the differences that getting these confused. So the differences that you'll see here is the collapsing of the director of math and director of science. And then if you were to add these up, it is a reduction of 2, which goes earlier to your question, Trustee Turley, about like, would we reduce? And again, when we're looking at number of coaches based on number of teachers, if we're reducing teachers, we have to reduce the coaches. Yeah. Okay, and then I put this in here because I wanted to kind of show like the director, coordinator, and instructional coaches piece on how that would work. Again, with feedback from some of our site administrators, the director would be the point person for the principal, and the coordinator would be working primarily with the ACs to help build out particular programs. Okay.
Thank you.
Q&A.
So now I'll bring back to the board. Trustee Flynn?
I don't want to get too off subject here, but I want to, the restructure and going back to what Trustee Carrasco was saying about the inclusion of the VAPA coordinator. Is that in alignment of because we're not voting on that right now, but is that in alignment with what it is you're asking for that position? And is the director, the STEAM director and the VAPA coordinator, are those Prop 28 funded?
No, we cannot fund administrative positions with Prop 28. We can fund teachers, but we cannot fund administrators. So those would be general funds.
Okay. And they wouldn't be put together? And what happened to GATE?
So GATE, okay, great question. Love it. All right, so yes, there are rules and regulations around GATE. One of the things that I have spoken with our division around is that GATE isn't necessarily a standalone. Right? There are best practices on how we support our GATE students, which all of them need to be responsible for currently in their content areas. There are laws around when we do assessments, like for example, right now, this week Stephanie's meeting with the ACs at the elementary sites to talk about the COGAT test that's coming up, to do those assessment pieces. So there is that management, the law part of it, so to speak, around that, and that would actually fall on me. So the implementation and the academic support for our GATE students, that happens in this setting here when we're all having our division meetings and we're doing our planning and how we're supporting all of our students. The identification process would land with me because the COGAT testing would fall with me. None of these folks don't actually administer the test. Yeah, we actually have it set up where all students, it's not, we don't pick and choose which kids do. We assess the whole grade level. Yeah. No. Wait, I'm sorry, say the question again?
Yeah, I was just wondering about combination. Just thinking about ways to, be cost effective, and yeah, because right now VAPA GATE is together, so I didn't know if those two could be collapsed into one.
Which two? The STEAM and the VAPA?
Yeah.
That's what was proposed before. That's what was proposed, and we changed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're not voting on that now. These are just questions. So, but thank you. I understand the other piece is collapsing the math and I think it's the social studies.
No, it's actually, well,
I have to
the
look at
difference
the-
between this one and that one is specifically the director of math and science.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So earlier you were showing how ethnic studies has taken some core subjects, and we've kind of like what Trustee Carrasco was talking about earlier. If we take some core subjects but add a little art, is that a direction we are going to try to go? And I'm not talking Proposition 28 at all right now. I'm just saying, WCSA is where my children have gone, and that's what they do in all their subjects. The art is implemented. They do a great job at it. And I would love to see that done, more across over, because it does engage the children more when even their math lesson involves art. So is that something that this new?
Yes. So if you were to go through the VAPA framework on the CDE website, Chapter 8 of that actually specifically calls out ways to integrate. So those 3 models were ways to do that. So yeah, we do need to look at ways to integrate that.
That would
Not
be
just
great.
have the standalones.
That's great.
And then when we're talking integration, I just called out the VAPA piece, but we also need to think about how is math and science being integrated together in the classroom, right? If we keep things siloed the way that they are right now, our kids are not getting the real opportunities they need for application of their learning. And that's the big shift that we need to be able to make.
Great. Thank you so much. Trustee Turley?
I had a thought when you mentioned the integration. I have a German daughter. She was an exchange student. And they do math much differently than we do. We do algebra and geometry. They do it all at the same time. So your first year, you're doing all of those things, but simpler, the beginning blocks. And it just keeps growing, and it seems to have really good results.
Yes, and our math standards do build. And that's actually been one of those great things about having the standards in all of these content areas, because it does line out what the skills are that kids need to be able to build.
Trustee Navarro?
Claudia, just a couple of questions, specifically at the elementary level.
Okay.
One of the things that I really loved about with my children's education is when they were younger, they were in Montessori. And the thing I love about Montessori is a lot of hands-on, manipulation. And I think that that's why both of my kids, even though they have learning differences, are strong in math, is because of those materials, because it really takes this abstract concept and puts it into a concrete way. Do you know if there's any kind of work going in that direction?
So a few years ago, we had some schools actually move towards project-based learning. At the time, it was something that was really hard to sustain because of the structures that we have right now, and because of, well, there was a lot of factors. One is because of the structures, and I'm going to go back to the fact that we are very siloed right now with how we do curriculum. And so it's hard at that point when you're a site who's trying to launch it, and I'll speak for Hall because I was the principal out there. We really tried to do that. We were 3 years in, and I know a lot of the teachers continue to do some of the units that they built back when I was there. But again, when you're not getting the integrated support that you need, those things can get very difficult. So just to give you another example, I have spoken with some of earlier this year, I was working with some of our folks, our teachers at the high school level, who have been talking about wanting to do, move away from traditional assessment. I'm not just going to give you a test or make you write an essay, but more about let's look at portfolios. Right? How do we build out rubrics to show you as a student what is the success criteria that we need to have you meet based on the standards? So looking at portfolios and even courses that build upon themselves. If a student is going to be taking, I'm going to take this series of courses, I'm going to build out in this one pathway, then by the end of taking 2 or 3 of those, what could my portfolio look like?
Yeah, I just think having, specifically with math, which is something I feel strongly about, and with the number of ESL students that we have in the district, having something concrete to look at while they're trying to learn the language, I think would really boost a lot of our scores.
Just to add on to that, since you're asking more about elementary, so we do have 2 sites that actually started using what's called SWAN Math. We gave them we had talked to their administrators about asking them if they would like to try this other way of teaching math. And so currently it's Bridges. If you've been in the sites, you might have seen the walls and the whole thing. Anyways, it's a pretty complex curriculum to use. Might note, I did not adopt that. Anyways, so that's there in the classrooms. So if you have time to talk with the teachers at Hyde, talk with the teachers at McQuitty, they have been using it, and I have not heard anything negative about that. I know one of our administrators was like, I don't know, it's a new thing, that type of thing. And she was shocked at how quickly her teachers were like, we love this. Who was I talking to earlier? It was in the last week. One of them was saying that one of their students, after because they've been using this since we came back from winter break. And one of the kids said the first day that she was using it, the first or second day, she was like, oh my gosh, I love math now. So those are the type of things that we want to make sure that we're looking at. One of the advantages to using SWAN is it does have a lot of the skills in it that do translate. So that's where, again, when we're looking at those integration pieces.
And the last thing that I just wanted to ask real quick is there a reason that we're using Chromebooks in elementary education? It's not the pandemic anymore. Kids spend way too much time in front of the computers.
So love that question. Yes. So if my early literacy coordinator were here, she would be clapping her hands wholeheartedly at that question. So again, when we're looking at elementary and how we're using our IAs in K1 and how we're using our intervention teachers, and how we're doing, I'll just talk about literacy instruction, because that's predominantly where you see it in elementary, is during literacy instruction. We want to start moving away from having that be part of the 3-part rotation. We've been running regular usage reports, and kids are not using Lexia at the rate that they were 4 years ago. And the less they use it, obviously, the less impact it's going to have. So when we're talking about things for next year, usage reports is one of those things that I've been really looking at in terms of our technology programs at all 3 of the grade spans, elementary, middle, and high. And if we don't have the high usage, we need to really reconsider whether or not we're going to continue to pay for it.
Well, I actually love having the Chromebooks for the students at home.
Yes.
I just don't think they should be used in school.
And for literacy especially, we don't need that there. We need them working directly with adults.
Yeah, because you can leverage technology and meet students where they are, like teaching them in their native language until they're proficient in English, in both reading and in math, or practicing at home. And that's why I think we should. I know I'm totally going off topic. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But
I like where you're going, though.
I think we should be leveraging technology at home as a supplement, but not to supplant, to use that word again, actual instruction.
Correct. And as Daniel mentioned earlier, one of the things we're going to be looking at with the Student Advisory Committee is homework, because there's the laws that have come out that we need to have a homework policy. So that will be one of the considerations when we're talking with the kids.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I kind of want to go off that because we agree on that. I like computers, though, at home, but unfortunately, not everybody has the access that they need to get that. So we also need to consider that. Also, when we are thinking about technology, I do like technology that is used in the classroom. For example, if we have a Mixteco student who is coming in, has absolutely no idea what they are reading at, I think the last thing we want to do is not place a device on there that could translate what they need to know. So I think in that way we could use technology technology.
Yes.
And that's not what I'm saying, but
Just not the,
I can
not
tell
the
you,
plug and play.
I can tell you that my kids use their Chromebook to play cool math games.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's great. I think that's great. Also, I think they, and in going off that, I wanted to understand a little bit more about the media literacy that we're going to be implementing within elementary, middle, and high school students. There's this big thing going around about. Do you guys want to talk about wasting money? Those little slip things that students are putting their phones in, $20 a pop. Too much money. It's not going to work. It's like a slide they put their phones in. Yeah.
Well, what's the answer? Because I hear from lots of teachers that's a problem.
It is a problem, and also we've learned how to hack them.
You know, that's what they do at the theater. Like when you go to Broadway, they like put your phone in a pouch and you can't use it till in the day.
Oh yeah, oh that's a theater. That was a whole other thing. We could talk about the theater and how classes it is, but I wanted to know more or less within media literacy, because I do agree that because right now we're at this point where students are having their phones out and it's completely distracting, especially for the teachers. But the Band-Aid solution isn't to just remove it completely. We need to start training them in elementary school. When they enter a classroom, they should be putting their cell phones in their backpack if they have one, right? Also, we need to understand too that cell phones are a connection to the family. And I know I had the frog phone with the little 4 inputs. I don't know if anybody remembers that.
Yeah, my son had that. Actually, 2 of my daughters and my son.
Y'all put us through a lot, just letting you know. We got
They
made fun
actually
of.
still get mad at me about that. I actually
Talk
found
about
them when I was cleaning
childhood.
out, and they were like,
Okay.
"Oh my God, you still have that thing."
It was so embarrassing. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah,
it was
and it
like,
looks like a big giant. Yeah.
yeah. It looks like a frog. But I think if we start putting that into the elementary school curriculum, where we are telling them, hey, this is the right time to use your cell phone, right? That way, by the time that they get to middle school, they have that already in mind. And then by the time they go to high school, we won't have to take their phones away.
Right.
So I think looking at media literacy, how we're teaching people, and also just an integration of media literacy. Right now, we are at a time where there is so much information being put at us, not verifying sources, not verifying where that particular item is coming from. I think that's also a skill that our students need, because if they're going to be on their mobile device or, looking at information, citing it, utilizing it, they need to learn how to accurately evaluate that information.
100%.
So I'm curious how we're integrating that within the arts, if any.
Within the arts, I'm not exactly sure yet.
Okay.
However, I can give you an example, and I'll go back to Hall. So the 4th grade team out there, I'll call out one teacher in particular, Alice Miller. So if you go to her, you can, hey Alice. Anyways, one of the things that the 4th grade team has done out there for years, just to kind of speak to that, like how do you look at what's on the web and figure out what's real and what's not. And my 3 of my kids actually went through Hall. And they all still remember having Alice as a teacher. And one of the particular lessons is around that. Have you seen the tree octopus?
Yes.
You said, okay. So she uses that as a way to launch, like the grade level will use that as a way to launch, because it's very, very convincing when you log on to that website. It looks real.
Yeah.
Like the picture, everything. So so they do have those discussions starting around that age of like when you are doing your research, because that's 3rd, 4th grade is around the time that they really start doing research for their projects. And so that is one of the things that they do before they turn the kids loose on the websites of how do you tell what is a valid website and what's not, so that you can verify information.
Awesome. And then another thing too is just teaching students how to navigate the media space. Just like we tell us at a very young age, don't go in cars with strangers.
Right.
Don't approve random people that you don't know.
Yes.
So I'm curious if that is something that the district is also looking into to kind of teach that at a very young age, especially in elementary.
We actually already have that.
Okay.
So our tech department has actually, they built those out quite a while ago, and even when I was a teacher, they were there. They do update those, and they're lessons that are there for all the way from kinder up through pretty much all the way through high school, basically. They're available on the website. Teachers have access to them so that they can use those with the students.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. And if you need any assistance with media literacy, that is my background, especially propaganda. So I know when people are lying to me because of their facial expressions, just throwing that out there.
Okay.
All right. And I'm also a part of, we are actually building out a video program at Cabrillo College. I'm spearheading that right now. And I would love for us to be able to integrate or even get that dually enrolled as well for students to go into the advanced course. Because a lot of students too are coming in with video skills because of social media and all these things, and being able to turn that into something where they could create a job out of. I think that's what we need to start looking at.
Great.
Yeah, and I saw the projection for 2030 of what jobs are going to be
100%.
what people want, and the first thing they want is creative thinkers.
Yep.
So if we're able to match up our arts with that.
Which, Daniel, I'm going to put you on the spot. We talked about learner qualities today. What was one of them?
So yeah, there was a whole list that was actually presented in front of us, and we as a group took all those words and broke into little small groups, and Claudia helped us kind of compare what the adults thought of what words apply to our education, and then what students thought from our perspective. And we were kind of discussing what words we wanted to change. I think one of them was active citizen, and we wanted to change that to advocate. So it's just, that's an example, and we wanted to really exemplify what it means as students to come to our district and be a part of it, because it's something so special. But yeah, and then I just
Creative
wanted to,
thinker was on there.
yeah, creative thinker was on there.
was on there.
Yeah, it has, innovator. Yeah, there is a lot. Problem solver, collaboration. Yeah, there is a lot.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to add to one of the, I know Trustee Medina mentioned the cell phone patch is one of the, I've seen some teachers doing it as they've been using it to take attendance. So that's been a common practice at some school sites that I've heard from. And I also just wanted to say thank you, Claudia, for the ethnic studies slide, because during my sophomore year, I believe we only had the history ethnic study classes and then ethnic literature, but now we've expanded to honors ethnic literature honors ethnic literature 2, and then 3 as well, and then the foundations of ethnic studies. So yeah, I think as a district, we've been making tremendous strides in this, and yeah, I just want to say thank you for that.
That is super forward thinking. Digital citizen, because I mean, that already attaches status to it right away. So I really like that. That's good. I think we should be listening to y'all a little bit more, to be quite frank.
Yeah, we've been doing amazing work, and I just wanted to thank Dr. Contreras, because she's the one that kind of formed these committees. So she's been allowing me to kind of meet with these students. And I also want to say thank you to Mr. Berman, because he's also been helping me lead the Inter-High Committee, and that's how I give all my reports to the board. So yeah, that's, yeah.
Daniel?
Thank you.
When do you have time to go to school?
Yeah, I mean, even during the last meeting when it ended at 1:30, I was up at 6:30 in the morning, and then I'm still balancing 8 classes this semester. But I mean, yeah, I make the time, and yeah, this has been like the most fulfilling year of my life in this district. So yeah, it's been an amazing experience, and I love learning. Thank you to everyone who comes out, and especially our cabinet, because all the information that you guys provide to me is so informative, and I feel like I'm learning so much, especially with a great panel of people. So yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to you, Daniel. I so enjoy getting to sit next to you every week. And I just think you're a remarkable young man. I can't wait to see what you do. I wanted to thank Claudia and Dr. Contreras. I love the new ideas that you're bringing into the district. I can tell you part of the reason my kids are not excited to go to school is they are bored at school. Like, they're not engaged. And these are, technology is changing. And unfortunately, I think public education is a little lagging behind. And so I love the innovative ideas that you all are bringing into the district. Once again, Jenny, thank you for everything that you do. I hope you know how hard I know you're working. And lastly, I just want to say, we all bring a different skill set to this board, which is why I think it's really important that we listen to each other's ideas respectfully, because you have some great ideas and you're an artist. I'm a science person. I also have good ideas, and,
I'm a philosopher as well.
Jessica's an artist, and, Carol, my goodness, that presentation that you put on, that was That was amazing. That was great. It was really nice to put in a visual way. Joy, you and I have crossed paths at multiple. I know you have great ideas and good thoughts. And Olivia, I've been enjoying getting to know you as well. So, I do think that in order to have a functioning school district, we need to have a functioning board. And we need to work together with our superintendent to make sure that we bring this district to the next level. Thank you.
Yeah, also, I just want to say this too. When we schedule meetings at like 5:30 on Tuesday, for me personally, like I had to step out and go take my medication, which is why I'm a little bit more calm now, right? Because I am on a schedule. So if we could take those things into account as well moving forward, or else I will be lashing out at the Gemini. Just kidding. So yeah, that's why I had to step out. I told Joy I was going to go take my medication because I was already feeling it wearing off. So yes, so if we could do that or give a little bit more of a heads up, that way I could prepare, because I would have to change up my schedule a little bit in order to accommodate my mood. Yes, thank you.
Trustee Flynn? Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
I think this is 24, 25, 23. I move to approve Resolution 24, 25, 23.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Eva, can I have our last roll call, please? Thank you.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Turley, your vote?
Yes?
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
President Flores, your vote?
Yes. And that motion carries 5-1-1. And actually, before I adjourn, I will just ask our trustees one more time, are there any resolutions that anyone wants to reconsider bringing back? See,
Bringing back something that we previously voted on already?
a descending vote.
Oh, today?
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you asking. I think just the main thing that I wanted to say, and I didn't before, is that one of the things I kept hearing a lot was that we need to support our superintendent. And I feel like saying yes or saying no is not a reflection of that. I'm never going to take something that I want to support our superintendent, but if I vote no towards something that is presented to me, that's not me not supporting you. And so I just want to make that clear. I'm never going to just take the recommendation without doing more research. And that's, again, why we're here again. So I just needed to make that clear.
And Joy, I just hope you know, like, this is why Heather and I are on the phone almost every single day, because, I also am not going to just blindly give support, but we go back and forth and negotiate. And so I'm not sure how much you talk, and I know you're busy and you have a job, and
I
I'm
don't
busy and I have a
talk
job.
to anybody as much as I would like to.
Yeah, but honestly, like that's where a lot of this stuff happens, is with the one-on-ones to get the information.
I feel like one of the strengths of this board is that we all do some homework. We don't just come in here not having read anything and just, throw a dart at the wall. I feel like all of us are doing work. You doing work?
I hope so.
Okay.
I want to second that as well. I know that at the last meeting, it was said that if we didn't vote away, it was disrespecting cabinet and the superintendent. And I just want to say, I respect you, right? I'm voting that way because of the reasons I've said earlier, not because I don't respect all of you, So I just want to say that because I felt like I was being talked for, and that's not true. I deeply do respect you, and I know this is hard. And I'm going to challenge you a little bit, not because I'm not respecting you, but because I want a little more equal, and that's it.
But thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate those words, because, yeah.
All right, well, thank you. With that, oh, yes.
I am just going to make one last comment because I need to. I am really concerned because one resolution that did not pass are the positions that were added with one-time dollars. So we are choosing to keep those positions that were added with one-time dollars for another year. And so those positions will carry forward, and that's $5 million worth of positions that will continue for next year. And I do want the board to understand that those positions will have to be revisited again next year, but it will be not just those positions, because those weren't just the only positions added with one-time funding. And so I just want to make sure that we understand that the sustainable budget team did not approach all the positions that were added. They approached the first step of positions that were added with one-time funding. And I just want to make sure that that is clear and that we understand that.
That was the one that Trustee Medina wanted to table, correct?
It was the one that was actually passed on January 15th by the board, and the one that was recommended and then had modifications by the board from the sustainable budget team. That's the one I'm referring to. Those were all one-time positions. Those were positions approved by the board already, and that resolution didn't pass. And what I just want to make sure, and that's fine, I just want to help everyone understand that those were one-time funded positions. We no longer have those dollars. They will have to come back and be discussed next year. But there's more. We didn't take all of the positions. If you remember in the discussions, those were just some of the positions because we were trying to take a measured approach so that it wasn't a big, shock to the system. And so next year, I just want everyone to understand and be very clear that there will be more positions that we are going to have to discuss. And unfortunately, it's just, when you take one-time funding and add positions and then those dollars go away, that is just what it is. And the way we're funded by California is just the way we're funded. And I know, Gabe, you and I talk, my plans.
I told you I will throw myself in front of a U.S. post office
10 times.
10 times.
No, I think we said 9 times.
I think I said 9, so hopefully I don't break anything.
I know.
If anybody knows Knocked Out, that's where we're getting the reference from. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you'd like to go to Sacramento
so we have a
with
lot
me,
of
you can.
strategies that we are really trying to do to make ourselves very attractive and to bring in more enrollment. Those are going to take it's going to take some time to develop, but I just want to make sure that we all have that understanding.
Heather, can you help me understand why we voted on that when we already passed it in January?
So what we did in January was the sustainable budget team made the recommendation of where they saw where we should take like categories of funding. We didn't want to put on them actually taking positions. And then with the board, we just also was like to give us some categories, some areas where you see we should begin reductions. This is a resolution, it's a legal requirement that actually says these are positions. And so this is kind of a second step, because we were trying to build in all that community input and transparency to the process. We added in really an extra step for ourselves. And really, if you put in all the meetings that we held, we added in like 20 extra steps for ourselves. But that was our commitment to trying to build a community-based, transparent process. I know it's been criticized, and we live and we learn, but that was our attempt. I don't know another district that has done it like that. Usually what happens is a resolution comes forward, and here it is. So anyway,
I feel like
that's why that is how it was done that way.
I feel like part of what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is one of the reasons why it didn't pass is because it didn't seem balanced. That's what I got from the community, and that's what I got from Trustee Carrasco, is that there were positions that were not on there that people would have liked to see on there. Is that correct, Trustee Carrasco? Am I saying that correctly? Okay. So I don't know if there's a resolution to that part until next year. And I don't think that that is enough for what people are asking
it
for.
will be not
So
balanced.
next
Because
year-
next year it'll just be all the positions.
Well, no, it's, what I'm hearing is next year it will be balanced because we're taking what we have and then we're talking about.
Next year, the positions that were brought on with one-time funding will need to all, and you've heard Jenny say what our outlook will be next year, actually at the end of this year. Next year, all the positions that were brought with one-time funding will need to be brought forward. So there will be no balance there. I mean, those will be the positions. We can also look at, others, but those will be the positions that we need to look at. We can add in, administrators and things from district office, but those positions that still remain that were brought on with one-time funding are in the many, many millions of dollars. I don't think that we have administrators in the district office that equate to many, many millions of dollars.
Okay. Is that it for the discussion? Okay, I am going to adjourn this meeting at 9:57. Thank you.